thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome the opportunity to come into your home.
Sir, I would like to know what your position is on nonviolence.
Well, nonviolence is one of the things that has disarmed the so-called Negro here in America. And any Negro leader who teaches our people to be nonviolent in the face of the violence that we've been experiencing for the past 400 years is actually doing our people a disservice. In fact, it's a crime. It's a crime for any Negro leader to teach our people not to do something to protect our people in the face of the violence that is inflicted upon us by the white people here in America. And whenever you teach a man to turn the other cheek or to be nonviolent, what you're actually doing is disarming the victim of white brutality. You're robbing him of his right to defend himself. In fact, the only time it's intelligent to be nonviolent is when you're dealing with someone else who's nonviolent. I'm nonviolent with those who are nonviolent with me. This is intelligent. But just as you see other people doing whatever is necessary to protect themselves, it's time today for the 22 million Afro-Americans to feel free to do whatever is necessary to protect ourselves. You take, for an example, in the Constitution, it gives a person the right to have a rifle or a shotgun. And in areas in this country where the government has proven itself either unwilling or unable to defend the black people, it is time for the black man to stand up and start defending himself. Not to go out and initiate acts of aggression against whites or initiate acts of aggression against anyone. But in areas where we see that the government will not protect us or defend us or find those who have brutalized us and made us the victims for the past 400 years, then it is time for us to do whatever is necessary to defend ourselves. And it should be emphasized that by this I don't mean that we should go out and look for trouble or start trouble or initiate acts of aggression. But we should feel that we're within our human rights, our civil rights, and within the rights of intelligence to do whatever is necessary when we are attacked to defend ourselves. In fact, the best thing to teach our people is never to be the aggressor, never to look for trouble. But anytime anyone makes any effort to brutalize us or to inflict wounds upon us, we should feel that we are within our rights to do whatever is necessary to repel them. Do nothing unto anyone, but always do whatever is necessary to keep others from doing to you, which they've been doing for the past 400 years, making us the victims of brutality.
But is it not a fact, Minister, that people like Dr. Martin Luther King, who have advocated nonviolence, have been successful with their nonviolent moves?
Well, they've been successful in going to jail. They've been successful in becoming the victims of police dogs and police clubs and water hoses. If Dr. Martin Luther King feels that this is the best way to gain freedom, justice, and equality for our people in this country, well and good. I have no criticism of him whatsoever, but I think that the time has come now where the masses of black people feel that nonviolence shouldn't be taught to us unless it's also taught to the white people in this country. And black people shouldn't be taught to turn the other cheek unless the white people are taught to turn the other cheek. Now, if Dr. Martin Luther King can be so successful in disarming Negroes, they should send him to Russia and let him disarm the Russians. Let him disarm some of these other countries where...
That may sound good in philosophy, Minister Malcolm, but I still have to take the stand that Dr. King has been a degree successful with the non-violence movement. Now, let us take the March on Washington, for instance. Was this not something that exemplified the feeling of the Negro and made everyone very, very happy?
It depends on whether or not anything was gotten out of it. In fact, yes, it probably made them happy. Most of the people I saw involved in the March on Washington looked very, very happy. In fact, they looked too happy to be involved in a Negro revolt. So that insofar as the March on Washington producing meaningful results, most of the masses of black people today and this year are beginning to see where nothing came of it other than the fact that it gave many of the bourgeois Negroes a chance to feel that they were doing something without really having to do anything. It became a status symbol. Just like going to the Kentucky Derby is a status symbol for those who know nothing about horses. They like to be able to say they went to the Kentucky Derby and they can't tell a horse from a cow. Or the Rose Bowl game. They like to be able to say they went to the Rose Bowl game and they don't know a football from a baseball. But the fact that they can say they went to the Rose Bowl game is a status symbol. Or the fact that they can say they went to the Kentucky Derby is a status symbol. So many Negroes took the opportunity to say that they were in the March on Washington. Not that it produced anything, or not that they really felt that they were involved in a Negro revolution, but it gave them a chance to say, I was there. It was a status symbol. But status symbols don't take us out of the alleys and out of the ghettos and out of the slums. Status symbols don't remove segregated school systems. Status symbols don't get meaningful civil rights legislation. So when it comes to the March on Washington and all of these other nonviolent approaches, they were good in their day. But this is a new day, and it's a new Negro.
But we will have to agree, Minister Malcolm, that the March on Washington was the forerunner to the creation of, or at least to the presentment of, the Civil Rights Bill. Without this type of approach, I doubt seriously that the Civil Rights Bill would have even been entered onto the floor.
A horse can enter into the race and come so far from the finish line that you don't even know that that horse was in the race. And since the March on Washington was designed to produce meaningful civil rights legislation, and if I recall, I heard several of the leaders of it point out that we'll be back if the bill meets with any kind of opposition come September. They said this in August. Now, September passed, and the bill, it didn't even come up. October passed, November passed, December passed, the year passed, everything passed, and the bill hasn't been passed yet.
Are you saying that you feel a more violent approach to it would cause this bill to be passed?
It's not a case of violence, and I think that our people should never let themselves be trapped intellectually into thinking that whenever they do something to defend themselves against the violence of the white man, that they're being violent.
But you're advocating violence.
No, we're advocating the necessity of black people defending themselves against the violence of the white man, because the American government has already proven itself either unable or unwilling to defend us as it should do.
Well, the white man hasn't gone out to create any marches, nor has he gone out to do anything that would make the people in the communities feel that he was opposed by law to their thinking.
No, all he has done is sicked his police dogs on innocent black women and babies. All he has done is put his fire hoses on innocent women and children, black women and children. Or all he has done is shoot Medgar Evers in the back. Or he has bombed the church in Birmingham, Alabama, and murdered 4 innocent little girls. Or he has shot down young boys from their bicycle as they were riding innocently through the street. That's all he has done.
Well, you feel that this is a cause for the Negro to take on the violent act?
It's not a case of the Negro taking on a violent act, but it's a case of the Negro doing what is necessary to defend himself against the violent acts of the whites. Since the government has refused to defend the Negro. The church was bombed and the government has done nothing about it. Medgar Evers was murdered and the government has done nothing about it. Emmett Till and Charles Mack Parker were murdered and the government has done nothing about it. But at the same time, the government is in South Vietnam trying to tell them what to do. The government is in Berlin trying to tell them what to do. The government is in Africa trying to tell them what to do. But it cannot get its own people here in Mississippi and Alabama and New York City and tell them what to do.
Minister Malcolm, I'd like to know why you place so much emphasis on calling the freedom struggle among Afro-Americans in this country a struggle for human rights rather than civil rights.
Well, most of our people don't even know the meaning of civil rights. And by not knowing what it is they're actually trying to get, it has eluded us for the past 100 years. Civil rights is supposed to mean citizenship. When you have civil rights, you have citizenship. When you have citizenship, you have civil rights. And if the 22 million Afro-Americans were actually citizens of this country, it wouldn't be necessary to pass any kind of additional legislation to include us in the Constitution. If you notice, whenever the people come here from Europe, they can come here from Poland, which is a communist country. They don't need any legislation to make this Polish person a citizen. They don't need any additional civil rights legislation to make the refugees from Hungary who come here citizens. They don't need any additional legislation to make anyone who comes to this country a citizen. But when it comes to the rights of the black people who are the descendants of slaves, then immediately new legislation is necessary. So this right here implies that when the Constitution was written, in some way or other, it must have excluded those of us who were slaves at that time. And because we were excluded from the Constitution when it was originally written, today they have to amend it in order to include us. But if you notice, the Civil War didn't include us in the Constitution. Had the Civil War Constitution, we would be citizens today. Had the amendments even to the Constitution actually included us, we would be citizens today. If the Supreme Court desegregation decision way back in 1954 was sufficient to include us into the jurisdiction of the Constitution, all of our problems would be solved today. So there's something about civil rights that makes it almost impossible for us to get it. So you have to know the difference between civil rights and human rights. As long as our people are begging for civil rights or they are labeling their struggle for freedom, justice, and equality under the label of civil rights, then what they do is leave us in the jurisdiction of Uncle Sam's courts. And it's actually Uncle Sam who is guilty of all of the violation of our rights that have taken place in this country. So when you go to Uncle Sam to try and get some kind of redress over civil rights violations, you're taking your case to the man who's responsible for the violation. So the only way our people can really get some meaningful results, it has to be taken out of Uncle Sam's hands and taken into a world court. And the world court that has been set up to listen to the complaints of human rights violations is in the United Nations. Human rights are international, and civil rights come within the jurisdiction of the countries where these rights are violated. Some people may wonder why our brothers from Africa and Asia have not spoken out more boldly or without compromise on the injustices that the 22 million Afro-Americans experience in this country. They can't speak out. As long as these injustices are labeled by us as civil rights, then this remains a domestic issue, and none of our people from abroad, because of protocol, can become involved in Uncle Sam's domestic problems. So all the civil rights groups have to do is expand the struggle from civil rights to human rights. And once it is expanded to the level of human rights, then this puts us in a position to charge Uncle Sam with violating the UN Charter on Human Rights. We can take it before the United Nations, and other nations of this earth can then side with us and indict Uncle Sam for the mistreatment of 22 million Afro-Americans. The very fact that the struggle of the black people in South Africa, or I should say the injustices that have been experienced by black people in South Africa has come before the UN. Or the injustices experienced by our own people, again, in Angola has been brought before the UN. Even the oppression of the Hungarians has been brought before the UN. The plight of the Jews in Soviet Russia, and there's only 3 million of them in Russia, has been brought before the UN. Well, then why hasn't the problem of the 22 million Afro-Americans come before the United Nations? It has not come before them because the leaders of the civil rights struggle don't understand what civil rights actually amount to. When they are mature to the point where they can see that their present struggle has kept them under Uncle Sam's jurisdiction, and Uncle Sam is not morally capable of solving this problem, then they will shift it out of the courts of Uncle Sam and take it to the courts of the United Nations on the level of human rights, and we'll get some kind of meaningful results. As long as we keep it at the civil rights level, we alienate the support of our brothers and sisters in Africa and Asia. But when we shift it to the level of human rights, we have the support of billions of black, brown, red, and yellow people from all over this earth behind us.
The United States is a great world power and has in the past exercised a lot of control and power within the United Nations. So how can you expect to wage a successful battle against such a powerful country in a world court?
Well, whenever you believe in what the United States has taught us concerning democracy, which means one voice, one vote, this is good, because in the present world setup, world governmental setup, as is represented by the United Nations, each country there has one vote, which means that no matter how wealthy a nation is, it only has one vote. And no matter how poor a nation is, it still has one vote. So the ballot actually equalizes the poor man and the rich man. Back when the United Nations was set up, it consisted largely of white nations, because most of the dark nations were then colonized and weren't independent. Since the dark nations have gained their independence and have emerged on the scene, today in the UN you have more dark nations who are in a position to vote in a bloc than you have white nations. So that we have a situation now where the grouping together of the dark nations who formerly were colonized has given them enough political power to offset the military power and prestige of these mighty white nations of the West. And it is their support. It is only in the United Nations, where everyone has the ballot, where everyone has equal vote, that the plight of the black man can be given a just hearing, and the weight of the dark world can come down on our side and balance the scale on our side. But whenever you take it into the white man's court, you never will get justice, because the white man is the guilty one who committed the crime in the first place. It's like taking your case from the wolf to the fox to take it to Washington, D.C.
I don't think I wholeheartedly go along with that, Mr. Malcolm. I have some appreciation for your discussion as regards to the human right and the civil right. But here in America, as a band of Negroes, I think the most progressive thinking that we could possibly attain is civil rights. This is the thing that we want. This is the thing that we hope to get. This is the thing that we're going out to fight for. Without our civil rights, the human rights, and the rest of the elements are non-entities as far as
human rights come before civil rights.
That may be so, but the civil rights are an important factor.
You can never get civil rights until you have human rights. Human rights represent the right to be a human being. Whenever you are respected and recognized as a human being, your civil rights are automatic.
But if we get civil rights, we are human beings.
No, you have to get the recognition of human rights first. This is why people can come here from Africa and Asia and immediately are able to benefit from what the Constitution stands for, because they are recognized as a human being when they touch the shores of North America. But the black people in this country, all of our human characteristics were destroyed by slavery. Our language was destroyed. Our history was destroyed. Our culture was destroyed. And then the white man taught us that we were savages in the jungle living at a subhuman level. And for this reason, when they put the Constitution together, they classified our people as 3/5 of a man, which meant subhuman, not a complete human being. And once our human characteristics were completely destroyed, this gave them justification for treating us like we were animals. And it also justified their selling us from plantation to plantation like you sell a horse and a cow and a bag of wheat. Why, George Washington himself historically is on record as having sold or having traded a black man for a keg of molasses, which shows you he didn't regard that black man as a human being. Well, if the black man's human rights had been respected, he never could have been a slave here in America. And if his human rights had been restored by the Emancipation Proclamation, automatically we would have been citizens right after the Civil War. So we must be regarded as human. Our human rights must be respected before we can ever be regarded as citizens and our civil rights be respected.
Minister Malcolm, who was guilty of the bombing in Birmingham?
The government was guilty. The guilt is upon the United States government for the murder of those 4 little girls who died in that bombing. This didn't happen in Nazi Germany, and it didn't happen in South Africa. It happened right here in America, in Birmingham, Alabama. It didn't happen back in the Dark Ages. It happened in 1963, right after the March on Washington. And it wasn't a dream. This was a nightmare. Where were the leaders? Where was America? Where was the government? The guilt was upon the United States government for those little boys who were shot down right afterward, because it is the failure of the government to do its job that has given the people of that area the feeling that they can brutalize and victimize and murder the Afro-American in cold blood, knowing that nothing will be done about it. The government was guilty. The government still is guilty. The murderers of those little girls have been brought to justice.
Minister Malcolm, do you feel that the government, as charged, being guilty, should inject themselves into this? There seems to be some technicality as to the fact that they can't get into this due to the fact that this is a state as against government opposition, where the legal matter of it is concerned.
Well, it has become impossible for the government in Washington, D.C. to intercede, because if you study the structure of the United States government, you'll find that out of 16 senatorial committees that govern this country, 10 of them are in the hands of the senators who are nothing but Southern segregationists. Out of the 20 congressional committees that govern the country, 12 of them are in the hands of congressmen who are nothing but Southern segregationists. So we can see that the government itself in Washington, D.C. is a segregationist government. And they teach you and me that the South lost the Civil War. But at the same time, when we examine the structure of the government, we find that it is run by white racists, by white supremacists, by segregationists, who are called Dixiecrats, but are actually nothing but Democrats, whose leader is just sitting in the White House, who himself is also a former senator from a segregationist racist state known as Texas.
Well, this may be true, but this does not hamper the fact, Minister Malcolm, that there is a legal procedure. Now, in these bombings, and the question is, who is guilty of them?
They didn't have to worry about a legal procedure when they wanted to send troops into South Vietnam. They didn't worry about legal procedures when they wanted to send their troops into Cuba and tell the Cubans what to do. Uncle Sam has never worried about legality whenever he wanted to send his troops wherever his interests were threatened. But when it comes to protecting the lives of 22 million Afro-Americans, then all of a sudden Uncle Sam becomes very conscious of legality.
Well, isn't it a fact that they did send soldiers into Birmingham, Alabama, and on the perimeter they were held?
I think you'll find that for several weeks when Dr. Martin Luther King and his cohorts were the victims of cattle prods and water hoses and vicious police dogs in Birmingham, they were calling upon Washington, D.C. to come to their rescue. And the only word that they got out of Washington was that no statute had been violated that would allow Washington to intercede, to inject itself into that dispute. But as long as the Negroes in Birmingham, Alabama were being nonviolent and were turning the other cheek, then there was nothing the government in Washington could do about it.
there. Fix that real quick. What's going on, chat? How is everybody? You're still muted. What's going on? What's going on? You're eating olives? Almonds. Almonds. What the hell is going on with my thing here? There we go.
Oh, Dakadoon, thank you for the subscription.
Thank you very kindly, Dakadoon.
How's everybody feeling today?
Hope chat is ready.
Sin Chow, Ross, Dakadoon, Sebs, Anxious. Oh yeah, can everybody confirm that my audio is plugged in correctly?
I believe it is.
Can you assure me that I plugged the correct cord into my computer and also clicked the correct setting?
Chew like a little bit closer to the mic.
Also, in addition to my microphone being plugged in,
I'm
coming in with a wired connection today.
Look at that.
That's right.
Look at that smooth picture.
Connection.
Look at that. He hasn't cut out once. That is beautiful. That's a wonderful thing.
I knew I would be too powerful if I got a wired connection. But here I am. Now, if only my fucking camera would stop.
We'll get there. We'll get there. Baby steps. Baby steps. We'll get there.
Can anybody let me know? Does this constantly go out of focus because it's a shitty camera, or is it like something that I did wrong? Like,
you must be doing something wrong, but I gotta like take a look at your settings when I go over there.
Never happens to you.
When I go over there this Saturday, remember chat, this Saturday, not Friday. I mean, wait, what? Yeah, this Saturday, not Friday. I'll take a look at your camera settings beforehand. Oh, I did not fix the stream in photo. I knew something was missing. Something was going too smoothly.
Everything was going too well today.
Too well. I'm just gonna title it Chapter 6 and 7 because it's gonna be a long ass title if
Hey Twisted, I see it's your first time in chat. Welcome. Thank you for contributing. Also, I guess while we're doing like general housekeeping, should we announce so last stream we had a little issue where somebody was interested in donating money to us and we had no method for them to do so, which is a hilarious position to be in as someone who is streaming on Twitch. So if anybody is interested in that, apparently we've set up a Patreon. Right?
Oh God, I knew it. I knew I was forgetting something. I announced that we were going live in like every other Discord but our own, like a goddamn jabroni.
What a fool.
Like a fool. Yeah, fucking goddamn.
We take a couple L's here on Subversive History.
We're live. Send now. All right.
Hello.
I knew it would happen. Thank you, Sebs.
Thank you, Sebs.
All right. That's what was the thing you wanted to address?
I brought up the Patreon.
Oh, right. Yeah, no. I have to like still set that up. Honestly, like I mean we have one now. I just need to set up the like tiers and shit like that. Then I don't know about like what content would we even put up there? I don't know how I feel about having content
I think content is one thing, but somebody was literally in chat last week like, hey, I would be donating if there was a way to do that. We didn't request donations. Somebody was like, hey, I checked to see if we could donate, and I can't. They said, I'm going to subscribe right now, even though I would prefer to donate. And we had no avenue for them to do so.
Fine, I'll make the lowest tier $3, Patreon. Bitch.
Hey, Dave, what's up?
What should we call the tier name? The $3 tier.
Antifa Super Soldier General.
Done. Description. You get what you get. All caps. Save. What? Correct the error in this tier to continue. What fucking error? Add benefit.
Shout out.
Custom benefit.
You get a shout out.
There you go. You get a shout out. Where's the one where it just says, like, you get a shout out? Whatever, community. Alright, add benefit. Done. Alright, save. Copy link. Here you go, everybody. Here's the fucking Patreon.
Here's the money pot. You can give us your money if you are so inclined.
Bro, I don't know if you want to see like my veiny ass feet that like are all fucked up. Like,
all right, enough shenanigans.
all right, enough shenanigans. Yeah. Other than that, like we're still working on like how you can give us money. Other than through.
You guys are all falling over yourselves trying to find the different ways that you can give us money.
Shower us with money.
We're working on it. We're working on it. Okay, like we're only two guys. You know, we're trying our best to be able to put together these like, you know, history-related content streams. And I know you want to give us money so desperately. We're working on it.
Look, chat, I swear, when we get to it, when we finally put the time together to work on it and we set up all the different ways for you to shower us with money, it'll be the best you've ever seen. It'll be better than any other streamer, any other content creator. It'll be educational, but you won't even taste the education. It'll just be content to you. It'll just be like sweet, sweet dilaudid, like you're smoking a Fent patch behind the 7-Eleven. It'll just be in like a sweet parking lot of dreams. So anyways, Subversive History is a multimedia community project seeking to bring attention to the revolutionary struggles of the world's often unsung and frequently misunderstood sectors. These are the stories of the demonized, vilified, whitewashed, or otherwise forgotten campaigns against imperialism, colonialism, capitalist exploitation, and racial apartheid. The orthodoxy of Western hegemony has often labeled these dissidents as subversive, and these are the struggles we aim to illuminate in the most entertaining educational manner you've ever witnessed.
And at times, extremely goofy.
Welcome, Sabaru.
Welcome to Frank Sabatka's Frank Sabatka and Company history stream.
Welcome to Educational Corner with Frank Sabatka.
No truer union representative and advocate than Frank Sabatka.
Vote Frank Sabatka. Who else was keeping the union alive when Union Bustin' Ronnie was running around?
You know, I'll never be able to find it real quick. Oh, hey, Semaru. Thank you for being here. You know that picture that goes around where it's like, have you seen this man in your dreams? Like all these people that claim to witness this man in their dreams. It was that, but with Frank Sabatka's picture in black and white on it. Like, dude, shitposting groups is one of the greatest things. Like if you just like are like watching a show and you can just join some random shitposting group that just posted, like I'm in a Wire one, I'm in a Last of Us one now, like just like any show that I'm watching, just join a shitposting group. It makes the experience so much better.
Sebs, if you've never seen the show The Wire, it's probably some of the greatest prestige TV that you could waste an afternoon binging.
Wow, see, we still having problems with our Patreon. We make it very
God.
difficult for the people that want to support us monetarily.
Jesus fucking Christ. All right, I'm going to publish the page.
This is the second week in a row where people are like, hey, we'd like to give you some of our money, please. And we're like, can you just leave us? Can you just stop bothering us?
Oh, what the fuck? I have to enter my legal name into this shit.
Did you try putting Johnny dialectically in?
I should, but no, it's going to fuck me on the taxes if I do
sir,
that.
Excuse me. All right, let's handle this on the back end. I don't want to blank out with too much dead air while we figure all this out. Hey, what's up, Anarchist Laboratory? Sean, what's up?
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. There, I fixed it. Can you subscribe now?
Can you slubscribe?
That's a Rob Rousseau ism right there.
Damn it.
He didn't fucking copyright it. I'm allowed to take it if I want.
By what court would you pick me for?
What, through Canadian court? You're gonna bring me to court in Canada, Rob? Your weird judges with their fucking powdered wigs?
True commie Giga Chad behavior. LOL. Money? Why would I want your money? I'm doing this shit for the love of the game.
We really are, though, David.
True. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like, if I could transition, like, outside of my job and do this full time somehow, like, obviously that would be preferable, but money is not, like, the number one thing at this point. And we definitely have love for the game. We're students of the game. We love the game. We're here for the game.
We're here for the game, namely because, like, look, if I can, right? Sure, but
yeah.
I think that Twitch is ever going to pay for my education? Absolutely not.
But also, like, you know, just so you know, so the money that we have made off of subscriptions up until this point, we've spent on art for the stream. You know what I mean? We've taken it, we've split it, and we're just investing it all into making the stream like a little bit better and more professional. Not that we've made that much, but none of it's really entered our pockets as of yet. Right. And we don't really anticipate it to for the foreseeable future. We're just going to try to invest it. And also, we are looking to do, within the next, I would say, 2 months, doing our first, like, in-person charity situation where we're going to run donations for a month or two and put that money never into our own pockets, but directly into, like, needy individuals in Philadelphia or Camden or maybe somewhere else. Look out for that. Be out in the streets, touching grass, giving stuff to homeless people.
You're probably like, hey, you know, it's funny, they have all this new art, but they never mention who did the art. Because I'm not happy with it. There, I said it. I'm not happy with it. I like the badges. I hope you all like the badges. They were a sizable amount of money. Yeah, there.
Sore subject, everybody. We'll put that out there.
We'll put that behind the paywall. How about that? That'll be your fucking our fucking paywall content will be us bitching.
We will trash a Instagram artist, and you can sit front row for that. How about that? Donate $3 to our Patreon.
If you really feel like being like, you know, high roller, you can donate $5. But like, I don't know, man. Like, whatever. Honestly, like, I don't care if you donate money to us or subscribe. It's mostly just because I don't want you guys to have to deal with the ads. That's it. All right.
Well, the thing is that we didn't even come to this point of making a Patreon until there was literally someone last week saying, I don't want to subscribe, or I would subscribe, or I want to donate, but there's no way to. You should.
And I already had a Patreon because I have followed like other content creators and stuff. Like, what the fuck's his name? The East is a podcast.
Nothing wrong with it. People out there that are like, hey, I like what you're doing. I support this project. I would like to contribute towards it. There's nothing wrong with that.
Right. There are other streamers though that, like, you know, like I know that Horse, like, this is his primary income. I know that, like, you know, Marcus on Left Flank Vets, like, you know, does this like full fucking time. I know that Rob does this like full fucking time. So as far as, like, you know, if you really feel like, you know, you want your money to, like, you know, go to some place, like, look, if you don't subscribe to us, right, neither me nor Pat are gonna like lose the roof over our heads. You know,
that's the thing. We're not in here every day like, hey guys, please subscribe, please do this. You know, when somebody subscribes and does something, gives us some bits or something like that, we're extremely grateful, and we always make sure that we let it know how grateful we are that. But we're here mostly to talk about the content and not be like, hey, we need X amount of this to do this, or we need more money from this. Like, that's not really where we're at right now.
Because I think, like, Dave, this is like his primary income too. Like, if you want to subscribe to somebody, like, I don't know, subscribe to Dave or Sebs or something. Fucking, I don't care. If the commercials bother you that much, yeah, throw us like, $5 a month, or, if you got like the extra money, gift a sub or some shit. But like, I'm not gonna be, out here like, fucking being like, oh, if you don't, like, we're fucked. The stream isn't gonna stay alive.
You can't get rid of us that easily.
Yeah, you're stuck with us.
Yeah, you're stuck with us.
Oh fuck, god damn it.
Speaking of stuck with us, why do you say we get into some book learning?
Yeah, I just gotta change one thing.
This is all what you came here for, not for listening to us banter about fucking Patreon and how hard it is for you to give us money. You're here to hear about the books.
Why am I so bad at this?
But yes, please, I do need money for drugs.
Yeah, donate to the Tavares Weed Fund. Oh god, this is not at all what you should be looking at. Not that either. Oh god. But while we're at it,
get some smooth tunes to lay over that radical subversive history content.
I thought you liked it.
Like what?
The smooth jazz.
What did I say that was bad?
All right, fine. All right, I'm just, I'm being sensitive, I guess.
You're not even just being sensitive; you're being wrong. Outright incorrect. There's a difference.
All right.
Dude,
so,
can you slide back?
Yeah. Sorry, it's the wheel.
I know the wheel's just out of control. You got the loose cannon wheel.
All right.
So, here we go. Again, we're in the home stretch here of the Sword and the Shield. We're going to do a double chapter. It's chapter 6, which is called "Now is the Time to Make the Promise of Democracy," and then chapter 7, "What is a dream to you is a nightmare to us." So if you remember, we've come up to this point, going through like the biographical backgrounds of King and Malcolm. We went through their kind of like ascent from, their respective backgrounds into political figures in the United States. We went through the Montgomery bus boycotts. We went through the Freedom Rides. We went through Birmingham, which was a landmark movement of the civil rights. And now we're at like Kennedy's president. Kennedy is being more sympathetic to the issues of civil rights than any other previous president. So we're really at like a watershed moment in the civil rights thing, a crescendo of the civil rights movement, if you will. Okay, so let's kick it off here. 3 weeks before the March on Washington, and now we're at the precipice of the March on Washington, which, if you know, it's like, a very, very significant part of the civil rights movement where they march to Washington, D.C., and this is where Dr. King delivers his, famous, I have a dream.
I think it would be infamous, right? Like, people around the world know it.
Means like infamy. I think infamous is like the opposite of famous, or like famous for like a negative reason, I believe. So
is
like,
it really?
Yeah, infamous means well known for some bad quality or deed.
Oh.
Like the opposite.
I didn't know that.
3 weeks before the March on Washington, Malcolm used a 35mm camera to snap photos of demonstrators in downtown Brooklyn being brutalized by police. Police used bolt cutters to free protesters chained to the entrance of a construction site. If there were no caption for these pictures, you'd think this was Mississippi or Nazi Germany, Malcolm told reporters. Only difference between Gestapo and the New York police is that this is 1963. Racial oppression, according to Malcolm, gripped the entire nation, with little distraction between North and South. Malcolm recognized the relationship between institutional racism, legal violence, and law enforcement as a system of structural oppression that required large-scale political transformation, a problem that civil rights leaders, especially King, failed to grasp. Pat just said MLK Jr. was infamous.
Cancelled.
Infamously handsome. So what we see here, and this is a really salient point that you're going to see throughout the book, is that a lot of times civil rights is really framed with a hyper fixation on the Jim Crow South, as they called it. But here you have Malcolm saying, "I see no difference between North and South," and actually you hear MLK echo a similar sentiment, and you even hear JFK say this if you were here for last stream when he did his address on civil rights. he says this on a national broadcast, saying that, regardless of if you grow up in the North or in the South, black children are more susceptible to die younger, to have a worse education, to make far less money, to never go to college. Like, he really does paint a really compelling picture of the systemic issues that plagued America then and still plague America to this day.
And he said it as a TV broadcast.
Yeah.
Not even like an offhanded comment to like, a journalist or a staffer or anything like that. Like, he made it a direct point to say it, which I don't think very many presidents before him have ever, said anything like that. Even FDR, when, what's his name? Rudolph, the guy that's kind of like the forerunner to MLK, threatened to like surround the White House. It was like 1,000-man march. Like, FDR didn't say anything like that. He just, no public announcement. Just, let me sign this.
Get out of here, you pesky black people. Get on out of here.
And I assume this is from the what the hell is it? The three guys that were taking clothes out of the car for like the NOI mosque. And
that's actually correct. It's really peculiar, but when you see when you read that last thing where it said Malcolm snapped these pictures of all this police brutality in Harlem or in New York, I tried so hard to find those pictures and I couldn't find them anywhere. I even searched the quotes that were in the book and couldn't find them anywhere except for links to this book. I'm not saying they don't exist, but maybe the author just has access to certain files, certain archives that I don't have access to at this point. So I put this in. This is a picture of the murder of Ronald Stokes, which was the NOI member that was murdered in Los Angeles by the police, by the LAPD. So this is just kind of a stand-in as like, and this is at the New Teresa, so this is Malcolm in Harlem showing that picture. So it's very likely that you can imagine that this is what it was like when Malcolm was talking about that with those photos.
Right. And I think that what the hell was it that I was gonna say? Forget it. Doesn't matter. Completely forgotten.
Okay.
So, when discussing the upcoming march, Malcolm veered from admiration for the thousands of black people seeking a political reckoning to frustration over perceived white control over the proceedings. On the second Sunday in August 1963, Malcolm renewed his call for a black united front before 3,000 in Harlem. Behind the scenes, he had invited King to appear at the rally, since the present racial crisis demanded nothing less than political unity within the black community. Although he repeated the charge that President Kennedy's approval of the March on Washington meant that you're not going to go in the same direction you started in, Malcolm cordially signed the invitation with the words, "Your brother." Malcolm's public comments about Kennedy amplified a secret war with Elijah Muhammad, who personally warned him to refrain from criticizing Kennedy in a private letter at the beginning of the month. Instead of heeding Muhammad's caution, Malcolm increased his criticism of the president and, in doing so, accelerated his own exit from the Nation of Islam. The black masses that Malcolm championed remained on the sidelines while civil rights leaders and white power brokers haggled over their fates. When the white man found out he couldn't stop it, Malcolm loved to remind everyone, he joined it. So do you think that, like, what he's talking about is, like, white people that kind of like made a career out of like, being allies to like the civil rights movement?
Well, I would say yes, but I think mostly he's referring to JFK, as JFK was at like a glacial pace in terms of his support of civil rights, at first doing it clandestinely in exchange for support, not because like maybe he just felt it morally, maybe he did, but I think he was more concerned about being a politician than he was being a civil rights advocate just from his soul. So I think what he's saying here, at least from Malcolm's perspective, is that it was a begrudging choice to join this civil rights movement, and so in that sense, it was kind of, you can't beat them, join them type thing. Like now it is the correct political move, is the correct optical move to join the civil rights movement as opposed to opposing it, which many people in the American political system probably would have preferred.
Right.
Same thing is with, that famous Abraham Lincoln quote where they say, "If I could, I would free all. If I could defeat the South without freeing the slaves, I would do it, or something like that.
Right. Or like, Winston Churchill saying, if I was an Italian, I would have gleefully joined your movement. But Benny, yeah.
So I think and even you could maybe even make a similar kind of projection on the United States with the Nazi movement. You know what I mean? Like you couldn't beat the communists, so you had to join the communists in a tenuous allyship.
I personally still think that it was a matter of debt that England and France still held from World War One, and that's like pretty much the only reason why. Because they're like, well, are you gonna pay us back if you defeat England and France? No. Oh, well then, you can't fuck with the bag, all right, Germany. But I think that there's another thing that kind of popped in my head with that last quote is that when the white man found out he couldn't stop it, he joined it. And I think that for the Irish, the Italian, right, and for those kind of, they're not white, but they're not black, groups of people, right, is that when they couldn't stop it, they joined it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But that's to say that the Italians and the Irish had a conscious decision or the ability to join it. They were in the out group. They had to be allowed into the in group, and they were allowed into that for
right. And how did they join the in group?
Well, we know this. It wasn't because it was like, hey, we're Irish, we can't beat something, we'd like to join this. It was actually that the traditional whites needed to bolster their numbers, so they begrudgingly allowed the Irish to join.
Hey, so Sam, thank you so much for the tier 1 subscription for another 4 months. We love you so much.
Yeah, we love you, Sam. Thank you so much, dude. But yeah. I think that just to make sense of that whole thing that I just said, I think the same way that there's a white political power structure that is now allying with this black civil rights movement, the same way that a white political power structure allied or assumed Irish people because it bolstered their political position in the same way.
Right.
March on Washington, super important history event in American history, also specifically the civil rights movement. So we'll watch a little video on it. I picked this video specifically because a lot of the other videos hyper focused on Martin Luther King as if he was the only thing that happened there, and this one has a little bit more of a diversified perspective.
Well, I mean, it's kind of funny how this book has opened our eyes to the myriad of people that were involved from all these various backgrounds, and yet growing up, all we ever fucking learn about is Martin Luther King. And that's not to knock his legacy, but even then...
And Rosa Parks.
And even then, their legacy is whitewashed. And, couldn't be...
Both of them significantly, correct.
Couldn't be further from the actual individuals that they were.
Mm-hmm.
Let me... Oh, damn it. Why can't I just mute? There we go. Okay, perfect.
When you think about the march, it really is an amazing event on many levels. Nobody had done a march like this, ever tried to do a demonstration like this before. The idea was to bring over 100,000 people to Washington to make a demand for basically full citizenship. African Americans had been barred from various occupations, from being able to use various public accommodations like restaurants and movie theaters, the demands for equal voting rights, a whole array of things that we take for granted as Americans were things that they were very clearly, sometimes by law, sometimes by custom, barred from. And this was a demand to change all of that, in a sense, to fulfill the promise of the Emancipation Proclamation. So 100 years to celebrate that anniversary, the civil rights organizations across the political spectrum came together. A. Philip Randolph was the organizer behind this, the elder statesman of the civil rights movement. He pulled together the organizations, whether it was Martin Luther King, the NAACP, student organizing groups, all into one moment in time. What's amazing is they call for this march in July for a march in August. And they turned to what was known as the most gifted organizer within the civil rights movement, Bayard Rustin, to pull this all together. And in an office in Harlem, New York, he starts to make telephone calls, brings people together, and all of these civil rights organizations that had been working over the years make this national call. And then they're joined by various white civil rights groups and labor organizations and religious organizations, and the call goes out. And they wait and see what happens. There's this wonderful story of Bayard Rustin on the Mall, and nobody is there. It's dawn, and a reporter comes up to him, and they say, well, what's going on? And he pulls out a piece of paper, which is actually a blank piece of paper, and he turns to the reporter and says, no, everything's on schedule.
That's cool. Also, I just noticed the fast shoes.
During that
fascists.
day, in that morning, buses come from
Or on the Lincoln Memorial.
Yep, right there. Wait, right there.
Yeah.
All it's missing is the axe head. And they're everywhere.
During that day, in that morning, buses come from every state in the Union, and trains are coming from everywhere, and hundreds of thousands of people. So this desire to have at least 100,000 as a marking point, over 250,000 people come to Washington, fill the mall, black and white, students and elder people descend on the mall and hear a set of incredibly inspirational speeches.
See now,
And of course, it's
if your grandpa or grandma are somewhere in here, like, you're fucking cool. Your grandma or your grandpa is fucking awesome.
Off with Martin Luther King's great I Had a Dream speech that inspired everybody in the crowd. I mean, you talk to people who were there that day or heard it on television, and they still remember how they felt when they heard those words, whether they were in their living room or on the mall. The march is not only for Washington. It's the first time, really, that the national networks are able, because of satellite systems, to telecast this live across not only the nation, but the world. And so people see this incredible group of peaceful protests making their demand. And I think in very significant ways, it shifts the dialogue. People had become accustomed to seeing these very violent demonstrations and police hosing students in Birmingham, but to see this sort of large, peaceful gathering.
I don't know if Bernard was in that crowd, but I do know that he took part in more than a couple demonstrations.
And was arrested for doing so.
Yes.
So props to the burn.
Really changes not only people's minds in Washington, but around the country. And it really helps to lead for the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and the Voting Rights Act of 1965.
Vibes, man.
It's all vibes, bro.
Oh, they're not going to answer it. Okay, cool. Great. Thanks.
I think there's probably other videos or something like that, but whatever. And yeah, and Sean, if we could talk about Malcolm X, it's always in a demonized way with the rest of the Black Panther Party. I don't think he was specifically in the Black Panther Party, but he definitely falls into that circle of radical blacks that are not fit for public consumption, at least by the mainstream standard.
Wait, if Malcolm X was in the BPP?
He wasn't, I'm just saying.
Yeah, no, he was not. They were inspired directly by his death.
Yeah, he was the direct inspiration of the Black Panther Party. I just wasn't trying to be overly critical of the comment.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
all right.
I think it just goes back to show you that, like, growing up, we don't get this context, this nuance, this evolution, this broadening, so to speak, of Malcolm X throughout his life. We get, like, the narrow two-dimensional man, You know what I mean?
Yeah, like that he was a fanatical Muslim that hated white people.
Right.
You know. Okay, so obviously we're coming to one of the most well-known and well-publicized, and also as a result distorted portions of the civil rights movement, and that is the most iconic outcome of the march, which would be Martin Luther King Jr.'s keynote address. King's I Have a Dream speech represents a watershed moment in both the history of the Black freedom struggle and larger narrative of American democracy. It also remains one of the most misunderstood addresses in American history, primarily because many of his words have been forgotten, lost in the rhetorical heights of the I Have a Dream peroration that closes the 17-minute speech. King's discussion of blacks occupying a lonely island of poverty amid the abundance of American wealth has been ignored. Likewise, his efforts to discuss reparations by demanding a check be cashed on behalf of Black America. King discussed the need for the movement to struggle together in order to redeem the nation's soul, hastening a rendezvous with political destiny that would lead to freedom, justice, and liberty for all. Against the backdrop of the Lincoln Memorial, King spoke of completing democracy's unfinished journey from racial slavery to Black citizenship. He appeared in his trademark dark suit and tie before 250,000 people, the biggest crowd he had ever addressed, watched by the largest group of reporters, journalists, radio operators, and television cameras assembled in Washington since the Kennedy inauguration. So pretty much, obviously I was like, subliminally influenced by just reading this and setting this up. But just like I said, the most iconic, but also the most misrepresented. And it's focused on just a very small segment, which even in itself is distorted to some degree, by everybody from Steven Crowder to Ben Shapiro to every person will tell you, judge a man by the content of his character, not the color of his skin, which isn't even what he was exactly saying. Right. I have the full speech in here, and 17 minutes is a little long, but just because we've harped on this from the very beginning about this speech being a little bit out of context, I think it's only right that we listen to the full thing. Like, we have it right here where it says, because many of the words have been forgotten, it would be kind of disingenuous of us to like harp on this sentiment and then have us not, and people in our audience not listen to the entire thing.
So chat, if you have not heard this speech before, you're gonna tonight. And also I think it's kind of funny that like he's talking about reparations and by demanding a check be cashed on behalf, like, so it sounds like he's using it as like an analogy and not like a direct cash flow into like the pockets of every descendant of slavery.
Right.
Which oftentimes I think is what a lot of very ignorant people like try to think about. Like, I don't know. Have you ever watched Atlanta?
No, but my girlfriend watches it all the time. She really wants me to watch it.
It's pretty good. It's not bad.
I'm not saying it's bad. I'm not that.
When he goes like super weird and like super fucking Twin Peaks with it, like it's actually more entertaining when it's not about like the main cast of characters. But there's this one episode about reparations, right? And like it's like a what if, right? About like reparations. And so basically you have all of these people that are working like middle management jobs or something that like, apparently their ancestor like owned slaves, and the descendants of those slaves are like coming to their jobs and being like, you owe me 2.7 like trillion dollars with interest or some shit, and it's not gonna, I don't think it makes sense to work like that.
Right.
I think it makes way more sense to go after like the industries that directly profited from it rather than the individuals.
Yeah.
Son of a bitch. Just give it a second. There. What? Why?
It's a 30-second ad. I don't know.
Alright, I'm gonna mute my mic and oh wow, why does that sound familiar?
Yeah, very familiar.
So yeah, I'll mute my mic and we'll try not to pause it too much just because like it's a pretty lengthy speech.
Yeah.
Sam, why are you bringing it up?
Ash Kush, what's up?
All right, everybody can hear it fine? Quit trying to jinx the fucking stream.
At this time, I have the honor to present to you the moral leader of our nation. I have the pleasure to present to you Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr.
What's going on, Hash Kush?
To join with you today in what will go down in history as the greatest demonstration for freedom in the history of our nation.
What's up?
Jesus Christ.
50 years ago, a great American in whose symbolic shadow we stand today signed the Emancipation Proclamation. This momentous decree came as a great beacon light of hope to millions of Negro slaves who had been seared in the flames of withering injustice. It came as a joyous daybreak to end the long night of their captivity. But 100 years later, the Negro still is not free. 100 years later, the life of the Negro is still sadly crippled by the manacles of segregation and the chains of discrimination. 100 years later, the Negro lives on a lonely island of poverty in the midst of a vast ocean of material prosperity. 100 years later.
Can you pause it real quick?
Yeah.
I don't want to let the whole thing play out without us at least giving some commentary, so it's not just us like sitting silently and listening to it. But this is like a major point that I want to bring up here is that this this speech is an outright indictment of the American government. You know what I mean? It's it is not like some like passively like, please let us have a cup of coffee at your counter type thing. It's like, yo, it's been 100 years since the Emancipation Proclamation and we are not free. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And
What
we
fucking
live in an
gives?
island of poverty amidst a sea of prosperity. This is not just about me drinking a fucking cup of coffee at your counter. You know what I mean? This is about our entire life and economic situation. More needs to, and I think that's the thing is that Martin Luther King died too young for him to continue and say that my dream has not been realized, because that's what they talk about a lot. They think that they signed the 1964 or Civil Rights Act and then they followed that up with the Voting Rights Act and racism is done. And that's not what Dr. King believed. That's not what Malcolm X believed. But that's how it's painted in history, because Dr. King cannot even advocate for his position following his.
But if you speak to like any of their children, if you speak to anyone that like, was alive with them, that like, marched with them and organized with them, that didn't get into U.S. politics, you'll very quickly, see a consensus that like, no, their dreams, goals were never achieved. They came close, but not by like the U.S. government. And I think that like, the speech is like, a distillation of that century of broken promises, which is interesting because like, it really doesn't take much investigation into like, the history of treaties and negotiations with First Nations here in the U.S. to realize that the U.S. does not follow through on anything it promises or agrees to with anyone other than American business interests. That's it.
100%. Yeah. Potato King says, I was watching a thing where Chris Rock was discussing the severity of segregation. Apparently white people could just walk inside black people's homes and take the food out of their fridge and shit. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised.
Depending on like, where you were. Yeah. I mean, like, I don't find that shocking and I believe it. Yeah. Like they were not even second-class citizens, like third. They were hardly even treated as people, much like how a lot of black people in America are treated today.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I don't know. Do you want me to play?
Yeah.
The Negro is still languished in the corners of American society and finds himself in exile in his own land. And so we've come here today to dramatize a shameful condition. In a sense, we've come to our nation's capital to cash a check. When the architects of our republic wrote the magnificent words of the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence, they were signing a promissory note to which every American was to fall heir. This note was a promise that all men, yes, black men as well as white men, would be guaranteed the unalienable rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. It is obvious today that America has defaulted on this promissory note insofar as her citizens of color are concerned. Instead of honoring this sacred obligation, America has given the Negro people a bad check, a check which has come back marked insufficient funds.
It bounced, motherfucker. Oh, and Potato King, like, we'll talk about it.
But we refuse to believe that the Bank of Justice is bankrupt. We refuse to believe that there are insufficient funds in the great vaults of opportunity of this nation. So we've come to cash this check, a check that will give us upon demand the riches of freedom and the security of justice.
Always at the expense of someone else.
We have also come to this hallowed spot to remind America of the fierce urgency of now. This is no time to engage in the luxury of cooling off or to take the tranquilizing drug of gradualism. Now is the time to make real the promises of democracy. Now is the time to rise from the dark and desolate valley of segregation to the sunlit path of racial justice. Now is the time to lift our nation from the quicksands of racial injustice to the solid rock of brotherhood. Now is the time to make justice a reality for all of God's children. It would be fatal for the nation to overlook the urgency of the moment. This sweltering summit of the Negro's legitimate discontent will not pass until there is an invigorating autumn of freedom and equality. 1963 is not an end, but a beginning. Those who hope that the Negro needed to blow off steam and will now be content will have a rude awakening if the nation returns to business as usual. There will be neither rest nor tranquility in America until the Negro is granted his citizenship rights. The whirlwinds of revolt will continue to shake the foundations of our nation until the bright day of justice emerges. But that is something that I must say to my people who stand on the warm threshold which leads into the palace of justice. In the process of gaining our rightful place, We must not be guilty of wrongful deeds. Let us not seek to satisfy our thirst for freedom by drinking from the cup of bitterness and hatred. We must forever conduct our struggle on the high plane of dignity and discipline. We must not allow our creative protest to degenerate into physical violence. Again and again, we must rise to the majestic heights of meeting physical force with soul force. The marvelous new militancy which has engulfed the Negro community must not lead us to a distrust of all white people. For many of our white brothers, as evidenced by their presence here today, have come to realize that their destiny is tied up with our destiny. And they have come to realize that their freedom is inextricably bound to our freedom. We cannot walk alone.
What's up, Wilco?
And as we walk, we must make the pledge that we shall always march ahead. We cannot turn back. There are those who are asking the devotees of civil rights, when will you be satisfied? We can never be satisfied as long as the Negro is the victim of the unspeakable horrors of police brutality. We can never be satisfied as long as our body is heavy with the fatigue of travel, cannot gain lodging in the motels of the highways and the hotels of the cities. We cannot be satisfied as long as the Negro's basic mobility is from a smaller ghetto to a larger one. We can never be satisfied as long as our children are stripped of their selfhood and robbed of their dignity by signs stating for whites only. We cannot be satisfied as long as a Negro in Mississippi cannot vote and a Negro in New York believes he has nothing for which to vote.
So again, just to interject here, and I'm just kind of restating the same thing, but that's kind of like, just kind of what we're doing here, just kind of proving the thesis that we started with and the thesis of the book here, or that the author is positing. That, this wasn't simply about like, okay, stamp the Civil Rights Act, black people can go to the same lunch counters and ride the same buses and things like that. He's saying that the remedy to this problem is not going from a smaller ghetto to a larger ghetto. And just because, it's great that someone in the South can vote now, but there's already those that can vote in New York that feel like their vote is meaningless. So this is a broader and more systemic issue than merely just letting me sit in the front of the bus.
Right. And he's directly talking about economic issues. He's talking about how, there is, I guess without using the term intergenerational wealth, there is not an intergenerational wealth for black communities to stand upon, right? Because we've been systemically shut out from avenues of even generating that. And when he talks about the reparations of that, right, he's talking about you need to make that right. You either need to open up a lot more doors and not just allow us to sit at lunch counters, right, but also allow us to be able to get out loans, to be able to buy houses, right, or to be able to start businesses or what have you, right, to actually take part in the system, right, no matter how there's no ethical consumption under capitalism, but he's trying to work within the confines of a capitalist culture and system without being immediately assassinated.
Right. And just to build off that as well, we are going through this chronologically. So you will see even more of an emphasis on economic issues in Dr. King's rhetoric, because Dr. King, he died, the Vietnam War was well into its war, into its activity. When Dr. King, it was what was it, 68 when he died? He died in 68, April 4th, 1968. So, this bill passes in 1964, and Martin Luther King didn't stop talking after that. He still has many, many grievances and issues with the U.S. system and the position of black people within that system years after this moment. So, we're going to continue through the book. We have a few chapters left, but wait for that topic to be expounded upon far more by Dr. King.
Right.
No, we are not satisfied, and we will not be satisfied until justice rolls down like waters and righteousness like a mighty stream. I am not unmindful that some of you have come here out of great trials and tribulations. Some of you have come fresh from narrow jail cells. Some of you have come from areas where your quest for freedom left you battered by the storms of persecution and staggered by the winds of police brutality. You have been the veterans of creative suffering. Continue to work with the faith that unearned suffering is redemptive. Go back to Mississippi. Go back to Alabama. Go back to South Carolina. Go back to Georgia. Go back to Louisiana. Go back to the slums and ghettos of our northern cities. Knowing that somehow this situation can and will be changed. Let us not wallow in the valley of despair. I say to you today, my friend, so even though we face the difficulties of today and tomorrow, I still have a dream. It is a dream deeply rooted in the American dream. I have a dream that one day this nation will rise up and live out the true meaning of its creed. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal.
Yeah, and real quick. So, Wilco said it's really not the dream for us. You'll watch that. This is going to be what the majority of the rest of this chapter and the next chapter is going to be about kind of Malcolm X's dissatisfaction with this concept of this dream. What we're about to go into is a chapter that's titled "What is a Dream to You is a Nightmare for Us," and this is what Malcolm, kind of harps on for the next few slides that we're going to go through. So, go ahead, because we're almost done.
I have a dream that one day on the red hills of Georgia,
all right, now let me get a slow close-up. Okay, perfect.
Slave owners will be able
Perfect
to
shot.
sit down together at the table of brotherhood. I have a dream that one day,
Listen.
even the state of Mississippi, a state sweltering with the heat of injustice, sweltering with the heat of oppression, will be transformed into an oasis of freedom and justice. I have a dream that my 4 little children will one day live in a nation where they will not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character.
And what color are his children, folks? Chat. What?
This is just an important thing to recognize here. And I'm not saying that he didn't hold this belief to some degree, or that he didn't hold this belief, but it's the way that it's applied.
Right.
When just for anytime you hear someone say this, he did say this is the most quoted part of this entire speech of anything out of Martin Luther King's legacy. And what he's actually saying, just so that we all know the exact context, is that it is my dream that my children will grow up in a world where they will be judged by my black children.
Yes. My 4 black little girls.
Character, not the color of their skin. So I'm not saying he doesn't believe that all people should be judged in that way, but that doesn't necessarily mean that he is a proponent of this like color-blind,
liberalism,
racial like non-racialism or non-racial consciousness or anything like that, which is commonly what it is distortedly applied to.
And for whatever reason, it's, like you said, always the most like morally bankrupt people that are citing only that narrow specific part and only applying it to themselves. And more often than not, they are not black.
Wilco just said this in perfect words. I wish I would have said is that the assumption here, the implication here is that he knows white kids are not under the same scrutiny.
Right. Well,
that is the underlying implication here. Thank you for saying that.
It's like when people talk about privilege, right?
Yeah.
And how, like, people think that, like, you're saying I have privilege, that like I haven't had hardships. Like, it's like, no, that's not at all what that means. It's not at all. And like, people concentrate on like, they misconstrue it in the most fucking like,
They'll construe it in the way that it's like, even for you accusing even conjuring the notion of white privilege is antithetical to what Dr. King believed.
Right.
That's kind of like the way that they try to abuse this one sentence where he's talking about his black children.
Right.
Growing up in Jim Crow.
Yeah. Growing up in a society where it's just like, they could die in a church bombing or have like his house like shot up, not due to the kind of crime and violence that they're always harping on about, but by literal like white terrorists, right? And still have no fucking action done by the U.S. state. Nothing.
I have a dream today. I have a dream that one day, down in Alabama, with its vicious racists, with its governor having his lips dripping with the words of interposition and nullification, one day right there in Alabama, little black boys and black girls will be able to join hands with little white boys and white girls as sisters and brothers. I have a dream today.
Yeah, Alabama's not looking so great right now.
I have a dream that one day every valley shall be exalted, and every hill and mountain shall be made low. The rough places will be made plain, and the crooked places will be made straight, and the glory of the Lord shall be revealed, and all flesh shall see it together. This is our hope. This is a faith that I go back to the South with. With this faith, we will be able to hew out of the mountain of despair a stone of hope. With this faith, we will be able to transform the jangling discords of our nation into a beautiful symphony of brotherhood.
No, it's still pretty jangly, bro.
We will be able to work together,
not gonna lie, bro.
to struggle together, to go to jail together, to stand up for freedom together, knowing that we will be free one day.
Yeah, Wilco. Redlining thoroughly, like, buried his dreams alive.
Drug war hasn't even started yet. The war on drugs hasn't even begun.
Right, Nixon hasn't even been president yet. Like,
Nixon isn't even in office yet. Reagan hasn't even come to office yet.
I don't even think Reagan's a California governor yet, is he?
He's just out womanizing in Hollywood.
Yeah, I think Nance is still the throat goat,
Oh my God, I heard. Yeah, there's like actually a rumor of that, right?
No, it's like a legit thing.
This will be the day. This will be the day when all of God's children will be able to sing with new meaning, "My country, tears of thee. Sweet land of liberty, of thee I sing. Land where my fathers died, land of the pilgrim's pride. From every mountainside, let freedom ring. And if America is to be a great nation, this must become true. And so let freedom ring. From the prodigious hilltops of New Hampshire, let freedom ring. From the mighty mountains of New York, Let freedom ring from the heightening Alleghenies of Pennsylvania.
Just
Let
the
freedom
Northeast.
ring from the
Close enough,
snow-capped
yeah.
Rockies of Colorado. Let freedom ring from the curvaceous slopes of California. But not only that,
Not only
let
that.
freedom ring from Stone Mountain of Georgia. Let freedom ring from Lookout Mountain of Tennessee. Let freedom ring from every hill and molehill of Mississippi, from every mountainside. Let freedom ring, and when this happens, and when we allow freedom ring, when we let it ring from every village and every hamlet, from every state and every city, we will be able to speed up that day when all of God's children, black men and white men, Jews and Gentiles, Protestants and Catholics, will be able to join hands and sing in the words of the old Negro spiritual, free at last, free at last. Thank God Almighty, we are free at last.
I mean, I literally just got like goosebumps on my arm.
Yeah,
you know,
I have goosebumps right now
I'm not
also.
gonna lie, he's like the greatest.
Can you
Like,
imagine being there in that crowd, like, and just like being a part of the energy of that moment? Like, it must be.
it would be a religious moment. It would be
Yeah.
like, you know, one of those like where you like feel God, you know.
Yep. Yep.
But like, fuck.
Shout out to the GOAT, Martin
Yeah.
Luther King.
I guess he like doesn't care about racism in Arizona or like, you know,
Yeah,
fucking
dude.
South
He didn't say
Dakota,
anything
North
about New
Dakota.
Jersey.
You're
He skipped
free.
New Jersey
Yeah, New
entirely.
Jersey. No, that's the dark place. That's
He gave up on New Jersey.
that's a hive of scum, villainy, racism.
He mentioned Pennsylvania and New York, and he was like,
But not New Jersey. I'm sorry. No, it's kind of fucked up for me to make these jokes, like especially during like Black History Month. But it's just like
we joke
it's-
around here.
it's
We're doing our due diligence here by
Yeah.
trying our best to actually understand like this movement and those that participated in it. So I think you earned a little jokey joke.
I mean, like, look, it's not about him being wrong. I think it was about him just, you know, having a little bit too much faith in a system that, like, I
We're
don't.
talking about New Jersey.
What?
I think David is continuing on the New Jersey joke.
Oh, well, then no. Racism is alive and well here in New Jersey. Like,
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. No, I mean,
no.
no, I mean New Jersey being a hopeless place that needs to be ignored.
Racism is like a giant cordyceps fungi that like envelops all of New Jersey, and every time you step foot in New Jersey, you're awakening the beast of racism.
Steps, that is correct. Martin Luther King and Malcolm X have not physically interacted
No, not yet.
in person yet at this point. You are correct. But watch out. I mean, stay tuned. Will they meet? Who knows? Will JFK be alive? I don't know. I'm not giving out spoilers.
Will the Z Fighters team up and you know commit to the fusion dance and successfully beat off modern racism?
Beat off modern racism. Beat it right off.
All right, fuck. So yeah, that for
Love it.
chat for anybody here that has never, you know, so far this is a good bakery. For those of you that have not ever watched Martin Luther's, you know, fucking speech, you know, the "I Have a Dream" speech, it's like probably one of the most famous speeches in the world. What'd you think of it?
To be fair, I think even out of all my as like a student of history, I think until I read this book, I don't think I ever watched the entire thing in its entirety. I think I've read
Really?
more about the speech than ever watching it in its own entirety.
I remember it being longer, but I think like the last time I watched it, I was like high as shit. Not gonna lie.
All right, this is you.
In this speech, King unveiled an audacious vision of multiracial democracy, contoured by an acknowledgement of the frightening realities of racial oppression, publicly denouncing Alabama's vicious racists, while expressing the hope that Dixie's cradle might one day embrace black and white children as sisters and brothers. But King tempered his robust expression of faith in American democracy with a hard-earned realism about the struggles ahead, noting the need for civil rights activists to work together, to pray together, to struggle together, to go to jail together, to achieve the expansive dream of freedom he outlined. The speech described the depth and breadth of structural racism as an organizing force in American life, noting that many who traveled to the nation's capital had been staggered by the winds of police brutality. King charged those in attendance with returning to their cities, towns, and states with a renewed determination that American democracy could be redeemed by unearned suffering that creatively dramatized racial and economic injustice. He extemporized conclusion riffed on the themes of justice, equality, and interracial democracy that had been a hallmark of his public oratory and sermons, but had never been witnessed on such a grand scale. He juxtaposed the history of slavery, the massive white resistance to racial integration, and the complicity of elected officials against the dream of a future where Georgia, Mississippi, and Alabama exemplified racial justice and radical democracy. Having brought the entire nation as close to a mass church meeting as it would ever get, he ended in an old Negro spiritual, free at last, thank God Almighty, we are free at last.
Seb said that was the first time I watched it. It was a 6.5.
Yeah, but you're like not from here. It's different. It's going to hit different.
Well, no, Sebs, I want you to maintain that same rating system when we listen to some of the Malcolm speeches later today, because through this, while preparing slides and like video content and everything like that, I've consumed like a ton of Malcolm and Martin speeches. And Martin Luther King is frequently talked about as like, one of the greatest orators. And I don't think Malcolm gets enough shine, because when you hear like some of the fire that Malcolm spits later in this slideshow, I want to see your rating on that.
Well, I mean, like, I'm going to quote Carmichael Stokely, and this is a bit of a spoiler for, chapters in the future, I'm sure. But he has said in the past, before he passed away, that, the real speech, the real speech that like people need to listen to by MLK is his Vietnam speech. That his I Have a Dream speech is still like, when he is, Carmichael, Stokely Carmichael, aka Kwame Ture. That like, his speech on Vietnam, I think is like, a little bit more closer to like, the political development that he was at before he died compared to his I Have a Dream speech. Because you'll even see in like an ABC interview later on that like he makes a public, address about where his dream is at. So,
Stay tuned.
Stay tuned. And yes, Sebs, I get it. It was mid. You also like have hindsight 2020 because you live in 2023 and not 1963.
Yeah.
And remember, Kwame Ture had his start organizing with MLK.
Nick.
Curious that you are pitting two Black Kings amongst each other 6 days before the end of Black History Month.
All right, go ahead.
All right.
The March on Washington successfully made racial justice the core of America's national creed. The turnout of 250,000 Americans, including almost 100,000 white people, represented a high point in the nation's unfolding civil rights saga. The culmination of decades of political activism that placed racial equality as the key to America's democratic imagination and national political ambition. King's speech painstakingly bridged the divide between those who saw civil rights solely as political struggle and those who viewed it primarily through a moral, theological, and spiritual lens. Ultimately, the most radical aspects of King's words would be forgotten by supporters, like Kennedy, who marveled at King's speech making. Can you do this Kennedy quote for me?
Fuck.
He's damn good.
He's damn good.
The kid. that King kid is damn good.
That King cat is damn good.
Ked. The March on Washington's success engineered a rapprochement between King and Kennedy. A visibly impressed Kennedy reunited with King at the White House after the speech like an old friend. I have a dream, offered the smiling president. His actions were in stark contrast with attitude from just that spring, when he had warned Bobby Kennedy away from associating too closely with King, noting that, can you read this part for me, please?
King is so hot these days. He's like Marx coming to the White House. Oh, fuck, that was like Australian.
A president with keen sense of popular sentiment, Kennedy now accepted King with open arms. So, obviously Kennedy is pretty high on King at this point, but just
have a dream.
But just the prior spring, he equated Martin Luther King to Karl Marx. He said that having Dr. King at the White House was the equivalent to having Karl Marx at the White House.
That King kid there, he's it's like inviting Karl Marx to the White House. Fuck, I keep like going into Australian. I don't know why. Oh no. Inviting King, it's like inviting Karl Marx to the White House. I want a partner platter for supper.
I think you may have left your car keys in your khaki pants. There.
I think you left your car keys in your khaki pants there, kid.
I also love how Marx sounds from like an insane Marx.
That there, Karl Marx. Have you ever heard him say fucking Cuba?
No.
Kennedy, he calls it Cuba. Or Cuba.
Down there in Cuba. Fuck, that's so good. Shit. Out there in Cuba, kid.
That there Fidel kid out there in Cuba.
All right, let's move on. I could do
Oh my fucking god. I mean, Australian or yeah, I mean, like, well, Australian is nothing but a combination of Irish, Scotch, German, English, not German, Irish, Scotch, and English, and that's how you end up with this weird, wonky accent, from the land of giant spiders and kangaroos and whatnot.
Yeah, Johnny is definitely like the GOAT with impersonations. I wish I could do him better. I'm really jealous of his ability to do that.
I was a very lonely child. No, you don't. I mean, like, playing with like action figures and stuff. Yeah. Like when I was a kid, that for me was awesome.
It sounds awesome. You got really good at it. And look at you now. You're just shining on the stream because of your ability. Who says that you wouldn't pay off?
I started reading Wilka's comment about MLK. I love the sound of a didgeridoo. And no, that's not a slur.
Was I being harsh? I'm sorry. I thought we were all just having fun. Did I hit you too hard?
Who, me?
Yeah, I don't know.
No, that's fine, man. Hey, MLK. In Cuba, let's mix up Tom Collins's. All right, fuck. Yeah. 1 week after the march. And
the rest of this slideshow will be narrated by John F. Kennedy. No, I'm just kidding. Please don't.
1 week after the fuck. All right.
I'm trapped. I think.
Fuck. All right, just give me a second. 1 week after the march, Malcolm X and James Baldwin publicly debated the merits of racial integration, the progress of racial justice, and the future of American democracy. If integration is going to give the black people in America complete freedom, complete justice, and complete equality. Fuck. Okay. Malcolm declared, then it's a worthwhile goal, he pointed out, that civil rights struggles were inherently flawed. They operated from a position of weakness rather than strength by begging for citizenship rights. It's not integration with us until the entire thing is laid on the table, not 100 years from now. But in the morning, and at the rate that the NAACP, CORE, and the Urban League is willing to wait on white America's forbearance, we who are Muslim feel we'll be sitting around America for another 1,000 years, not waiting for civil rights, but in even waiting to be granted the rights of a human being. Chat, you're killing me. With that, Malcolm threw down a gauntlet that remains as central to his political legacy as it is unrecognized. He viewed civil rights at its best as an assertion of black humanity. Not only did Black Lives Matter, they did not require federal permission to sit at a lunch counter. The protection of troops to attend public schools or massive demonstrations to guarantee their right to vote. Baldwin remained mesmerized by the sheer audacity of Malcolm's truth-telling, but he was skeptical of his ability to lead a political revolution. He considered Malcolm's ability to diagnose American racism to be unparalleled, yet Baldwin chafed at substituting one form of oppression, institutional racism, for another, religious theocracy under Elijah Muhammad. I think it has a great deal less to do with equality than it had to do with power, suggested Baldwin, anticipating the chief argument deployed by Black Power activists.
They call this a debate. I really didn't look at it.
I think it's just like a conversation.
Yeah, it was not like a debate at all. Like they obviously have like a differing opinion, as is said here, but this was not like some kind of like a moderated debate between these two. Malcolm and James Baldwin were more in unison than they ever were at odds. And it is interesting, like you brought up last time, how James Baldwin has played the solid background character just in the background of all, like, be it JFK, Bobby Kennedy, Martin Luther King, Malcolm X. Like, he's just there with all of them. He's like he's like the diplomat of the whole thing. Like, everyone just agrees that he's like on point.
Yeah, what's that fucking book? The one with like the rich guy who's like fake money and like he's like pretending to be this other guy that like he's not. Do you remember you had to read it in high school?
I don't recall. I didn't read a lot of it.
Fuck, they made like a movie about it. It had what's his name? Spider-Man playing like
Toby
the guy.
Maguire?
What?
Toby?
Yeah, Toby. Great Gatsby. That's it. Thank you, chat. He's kind of like, you know,
one of the most important books in history, and I'm like, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah.
I haven't read it.
It's all right. It's pretty mid. But yeah, like the Great Gatsby. James Baldwin reminds me of like the narrator of the Great Gatsby, where like, you know, he is friends with all of these like very different characters in this story that is civil rights. You know, but he's like friends with everybody. You know, yeah. These people that like, you know, at times hate each other, that, you know, are at times feuding and whatnot, but he remains a constant friend between, you know, all of them. What the
So let's bring this up.
Okay. What?
We go through like listening to the I Have a Dream speech, and you're so compelled and you're so juiced on like this like Martin Luther King thing. And then Malcolm X comes out of left field and goes, we don't need federal permission to sit at a lunch counter. And you're
exactly.
Like, you're like, man, you're right. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Like, why do I need it signed into law, you know, in order for me just to be able to order a fucking coffee?
Exactly. And then you start being like, damn, Malcolm has a point here. So let's move forward. I have the full thing here. We're going to move. I have selected a part of it that we're going to listen to because the whole conversation between Baldwin and Malcolm is about 27 minutes long. And that's just going to be too long for us to go over here. But,
so Sebs, right. I get that you want to be like, see what I mean? I think that you need to examine like where people were in this given moment, right? Yeah. Where like less than a decade before they had to threaten to surround the White House just to be allowed to get government jobs during wartime, which were like the only jobs that were available to people, right? They weren't even allowed to join the war effort for most of the fucking war. This is a world war.
Yeah. And I like Wilco's take here, and that the legislation, as you know, look at it as a victory under a long list of other priorities. Like,
right.
You know what I mean? Like, that's just like step 1 of 100.
Right. You know, I mean, I think that like that's another thing is that like, you know, Malcolm is a firebrand. He's far more radical, obviously, right? No one can argue that. The thing is that like you have two very different processes here. Is that like, you know, that he literally states himself that like MLK is playing the long game, right? The stable long game, right? And Malcolm wants shit like done now under threat of violence, right? But like, if they change their mind so quickly with what Malcolm said, who changed their mind so quickly with what Malcolm said?
All right, so go ahead, go forward. So just go to the 15-minute mark and let it play from there, because I think that's going to give you a real good idea of what Malcolm, and it's going to give a good showing to James Baldwin as well.
Oh, also, anytime I'm reading any of these things, right,
You have to refer to the black man.
My absolute best not to imitate them, but in my head, I'm reading it in all of their voices.
Yeah, I think that's fine.
That's how I read everything.
For me, it's almost worse after listening to Malcolm speak. Like when I listen to one of their speeches and then I read something in their words, I'm reading everything in their voice because it's just so compelling and like intoxicating to listen to these two people talk. That next thing you know, I'm reading everything. I'm reading a dinner menu in Malcolm X's voice because it's just so cool.
Yeah. Or like when I was reading the James Baldwin parts, I'm like reading it in my head with like that almost sort of like a light, almost English accent, that almost sort of mid-Atlantic thing that he did, where he like didn't quite talk with quite a Southern accent, but almost more of like an English one, like very academic, like Oxford.
Proper. Yes. Like there was that time where in the United States you had to like impose an unnatural accent to sound like a certain status.
Harry Gramsci, like he's Mario.
Dude, Chad has me like literally laughing, like in like the most sincere laughter I've ever laughed. I'm actually trying to like think about like Gramsci talk about hegemony and like it's me.
When we talk about the hegemony of another power over a greater people. Oh yeah, no, Lenin, I definitely read with a little bit of like a Irish in my head. Yep, Marx is German. The Koopa Notebooks.
Dave, why do I come here again? Why am I in this?
I tell you at the beginning, this is going to be the most entertaining yet educational content that you could ever witness with your eyes and your ears.
Your soul.
Your soul. All right, so from the 15-minute mark, right?
Yeah, you can just play it. That's good.
All right.
In America as a Negro shows you that right there something is wrong. An African doesn't accept this term Negro, and you find they teach us in the educational system of this country that Negro is a Spanish word that's supposed to mean black. Yet when you find the black people who live in Spanish-speaking countries of South and Central America, they don't accept the word Negro to identify themselves. No one allows himself to be classified under the word Negro, but the black man here in America who is a descendant of the slaves. And very seldom is it ever applied to anybody but the black man here in America who is the descendant of the slaves. When you ask a man his identity, he should use a word that connects him with a culture. If you ask him his nationality, it should connect him with a nation. Like if I ask a man his nationality and he says German, that connects him with Germany. Or if he says, even if he says German American, it still connects him with having originated. His family, his history has originated in Germany. If he says he's French American, it connects him with France. But when you ask the black man in America and he tells you Negro, he doesn't put any other he doesn't put any other country up front in front. He puts American Negro, or he'll just say Negro. This doesn't identify him. And usually when you find a man who calls himself a Negro, he can't tell you what language that he spoke before he came to this country. It's of no consequence, no interest. He believes that prior to coming here, he was a savage in the jungle, and therefore he had no language. And this justifies his lack of knowledge concerning that mother tongue today. And the history, as Mr. Baldwin pointed out, of the white man here in America and the black man here in America, points up the fact that the Negro, or the man here who calls himself a Negro, is just an ex-slave. If he is an ex-slave, I'd rather say he's still a slave. But he's wearing his slave master's name, the name that was given to him during slavery. He's speaking the language of the man who made him a slave because he has no knowledge of his own tongue. He only knows the history, his own history, as taught to him by his former slave master, who purposely hid from him his his own history to make him think that he was an inferior being before being brought here.
Whizbiz, when he was on whatever news program where he was talking about his name, right, and why, like, you know, he refuses to go by his name before Malcolm X, he does touch on some of this stuff. He's got like a type 5 that, like, you know, he whips out, you know, for certain things.
About the name, yeah, he whips that out.
And Mr. Muhammad teaches us that until the black man here in America is connected or reestablished or given some knowledge of his existence prior to coming here to America, his own appraisal of himself will be so low that he'll actually think that the white man is doing him a favor to let him be here in America no matter what his status is. And he also, and this is one of the reasons today why he fights so hard, some of them, to sit down next to the white man. They actually think that the white man is the personification of perfection, and whenever they're allowed to go live in his neighborhood or sit in his restaurant or mingle or socialize with him, that they have attained, that they have made progress. But when they go back and study the history of their own people and the accomplishments of their own people, the civilizations and cultures, black civilizations and black cultures that existed in Africa at a time when the whites in Europe were living a cave-like existence, then immediately their appraisal of themselves begins to go higher. And they don't think that to beg somebody to mingle with them in this country is any kind of progress whatsoever. And I would like to say one more thing, too, on that nonviolent thing, that the black man in America is the only one who is encouraged to be nonviolent, or the black man in Africa, or the black man in Asia. Never do you find white people encouraging other whites to be nonviolent. Whites idolize fighters. They idolize the Hungarian freedom fighters who came to this country and right now can work on jobs that the sit-in students can't get, can live in neighborhoods that the sit-in students can't live in, and can go into public places that the student sit-ins can't go, because they are fighters. Everyone loves a fighter. They respect the fighter. But at the same time that they admire these fighters, they encourage the so-called Negro in America to get his desires fulfilled with a sit-in stroke, or a passive approach, or a love your enemy approach, or pray for those who despitefully use you. This is insane. And we feel as Muslims, until we see white people practicing this nonviolence, take Pearl Harbor. When the Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor, the American white man didn't say, pray for the Japanese and let them now bomb Manhattan or Staten Island. No, they said, praise the Lord, but pass the ammunition. But and if anybody comes along like Mr. Muhammad and begins to point out uncompromisingly in blunt terms that don't need diplomatic language that can be misinterpreted, and he begins to point out these atrocities and crimes that have been committed against black people here in America today, the white man can never deny the fact that he's guilty, but he'll always say, well, forget the past and let's look forward. But the only people who are told to forget the injustices that have been done to them are the black people. But when it comes to whites, right today, you can turn on any radio, turn on any television, read any newspaper, and the Jews have magnified to the world the crimes that were committed against them 20 years ago or so by Eichmann, and they keep you sitting on the edge of your seat wanting to strangle Eichmann. It's almost like a hate Germany campaign, but yet the Jews are never accused of teaching hate, because they remind the world of the crimes that were committed against them. But when the black man here in America begins to stand up and speak about the crimes that are committed against him throughout America every day, no let up, just different forms, immediately a black man who dwells on that is considered a racist, considered an extremist, or considered someone who is advocating a doctrine that will bring about violence and bring about a deterioration in the so-called good relations that are supposed to be developing between black and white in this country. So,
do you remember during the George Floyd protests when, like, you know, the kind of, you know, coverage they were getting in the news compared to, like, let's say, for instance, people in another country, you know, and how
Cuba.
What?
Cuba.
Or I was gonna say Ukraine.
Oh.
And how, like, you know.
I think Cuba was actually going a little bit more commensurate with the George Floyd thing.
True. It was around the same time, you know, that like, yeah, that like 100 or so people protest in Cuba were seen as like this like nation changing thing. But like the George Floyd protests were considered like, you know, what about the windows?
And I'll say this too about the Ukraine thing. So like, I haven't followed the Ukraine conflict enough to give any kind of like hot take on it. But one thing I do know is this, is
Also
that there
Hong Kong.
major publications, I don't know what news it was, that was running like things about how to make Molotov cocktails.
That's
like,
what I was getting at.
Media that is like, this is how you should make Molotov cocktails to defend yourself from Russians or the invading Russians. Now, could you imagine a similar thing being about Palestine and how they could resist the IDF occupation? It is selective choice as to who should be able to engage in quote unquote terrorism,
right,
when they're defending themselves by from an occupying force.
Imagine if China was like, you know, sending delegates to Hawaii and like, you know, teaching native Hawaiians how to like, you know, make Molotovs and shit, you know, and offering them like, you know, the kind of assistance and like, you know, monetary assistance or material assistance, right, in getting like, you know, the colonizing U.S. military off of their land and like, you know, to stop desecrating their holy sites.
This is the history of, you know, the American empire and many other empires as well. Definitely not exclusively an American empire.
Sure.
That your detractors are terrorists. Those that oppose your political interests are terrorists. And those that are along a parallel with your political interest are freedom fighters. And the freedom fighter terrorist dichotomy has existed for almost as long as like recorded battle, or maybe not that. I'm probably being super hyperbolic there, but at least in recent history, in modern warfare sense. You know, you can just look at the difference between the American Revolution and the Russian Revolution. You know what I mean? Both of these things were violent coup battles against, you know what I mean, a power structure. Good.
Sebs, it's not even just harassed and shamed. Those people are like losing their jobs and you know, like long-standing careers, having contracts broken, you know, being forced out of, you know, entire fucking fields that they've worked in for years. Look at what happened to Norman Finkelstein. And Cornel West hasn't had a fucking job. Cornel West at least has like still maintained. What?
Yeah, Cornel West isn't a fraction as radical as at least in his rhetoric as Finkelstein is.
No,
even he cannot teach at Harvard anymore for supporting the Palestinian.
But at least Cornel West, he's still invited onto like, you know, Democracy Now! Or some shit. You know, he's still able to find work. Norman Finkelstein hasn't done shit in like 10 fucking years. I don't even think he can get a book published anymore. And that's also why he has very socially regressive views, because I think he's become like a full-blown fucking agoraphobe.
I was going to say, I think that actually has something to do with Finkelstein's temperament as well, that he isn't on anything.
Yeah.
I'm sure some people would have him.
Yeah, no. And absolutely fuck Dershowitz.
I think he was forced to leave his position, Sam. I believe Cornel West was forced to leave his position at Harvard for his anti-Israel sentiment. Or I don't even know if it's anti. I might not even call it anti.
It was critical. It was critical.
Critical, yeah. Criticizing the state of Israel.
Sweating to death right now. You okay? All right, baby.
Yeah, this is something, and you know, when you go through like, let's say Latin America, right? There's brutal right-wing death squads that are praised as freedom fighters deserving of American support. Meanwhile, there's like indigenous-based leftist guerrilla forces that are fighting for the autonomy of their nation and fighting against like the most like repressive, murderous, theocratic, and you know, exploitative figures in their country are being demonized. And you know, when these right-wing death squads go in and they murder an entire village, they plant things and say, look at what the leftist guerrillas did.
Right.
When, you know, then they dig up the bodies, and guess what's in the bodies? Israeli ammunition.
Oh, dude.
Not because Israel was there doing it, because this is the way that the United States funneled arms into these Latin American nations. They used Israel as a proxy, or like a whatever, like a one step removed proxy area. This is what was happening during Iran-Contra. This is what happened in Guatemala. So when they exhumed bodies of mass graves that were initially called victims of leftist guerrillas, they dug them up and they found Israeli armaments inside the bodies. And it's where did these guerrillas get arms from Israel?
Dude, have Marcus showed some footage, I think like about 2 weeks ago now, something like that, of IDF soldiers that literally busted down a door of, a Palestinian home. It was like an apartment, right? And literally had a fucking shootout from their window. And at one point, because, this dude's like whole fucking family had their like hands zip tied behind their back, were then shooting RPGs out of their fucking window.
That was the claim by the IDF, is what you're saying?
Oh no, dude! Like the somehow, some way, like actual Western journalists on like MSNBC or CNN or something, were like literally interviewing them, and that's kind of a war crime. Like you're breaking like international rules of law. You can't just break into like somebody's civilian fucking home.
What Israel is doing. I think the very existence of the settlements and what is happening in Gaza and the West Bank is a perpetual violation of either the UN or the Geneva Convention. I think that's happening in perpetuity. I don't even believe that any individual act, such as an individual rapprochement, even supersedes the fact that just the entirety of it is a war crime or a crime against humanity.
I would go further into how I felt about this if Twitch was my primary income and I didn't have to worry about losing my job. But I am legitimately like...
So I haven't even pulled it up, but is this where he where he accuses the girl of crying
your crocodile tears? Don't give me that! Don't give me your crocodile tears! Save it for somebody who cares!
And he brings up how both of his parents were in the Holocaust.
Yeah, both of them were in fucking Birkenau and Auschwitz and shit.
That's the most ridiculous part of this whole anti-Zionism is equivalent to anti-Semitism thing, because all of the information that I read about Israel and Palestine is from Jewish writers, whether it even be Noam Chomsky, whether it's Ilan Pappé, who's my personal favorite, whether it's from Finkelstein. You know what I mean? Like the amount of not even just Jewish Americans, but also Israeli people who are Israeli by ethnicity. There's volumes of critical information about Israel. You don't have to go into the tombs of anti-Semitism to find this.
Yes, Red Wizard
did support Stalin in a roundabout way. They didn't support Stalin, but they would never criticize Stalin. If you read about it, they say that there's a lot of things that they disagree with that happens in Russia, but they, just because of their experience with the Holocaust, they would never criticize Stalin or the USSR. That's kind of how he interpreted, or at least that's how he's told the story.
WizBiz, Marcus is probably the person you would want to take this up for, for more in-depth take. But from what I saw when Marcus was on a panel of people interviewing Norman Finkelstein a couple of years ago, he made some comments about pronouns and college campuses and some whack shit like that. And he was taken to task about it by one of the panelists, interviewing him. And, I think what it comes down to is he's old and he hasn't worked on a college campus in probably over 10 years now. And there's a culture that has grown without him, or rather he has,
I want to say this, right? We live in an era, if you want to live in reality and you want to actually venerate to a logical degree some of these figures of history and philosophers and historians, you're going to go back to the time of Marx and you're going to find many people that have very, very reprehensible takes on race. Then you're going to go back to this time period that we currently are looking at Malcolm X and Dr. Miller, and you're going to find reprehensible takes on women. Just very misogynistic takes about women that are so outmoded and outdated by now. You're going to find Fidel Castro saying, and even Che Guevara saying some very questionable things about homosexuality.
Yes.
What you're going to find in someone from Finkelstein's era, you're going to find a misunderstanding or mischaracterization or just an obtuse assessment of trans issues. And that's going to probably persist for another 10 or 20 years. And we're going to have to contextualize that and criticize it, but also understand it the same way that we've had to for centuries at this point with the people that we hope to venerate their legacy in some degree while also criticizing the things that they were incorrect about.
Right. Benny has, brought to my attention that Silvia Federici is like a biomedicalist fucking turf, but it doesn't take away from like the fact that Caliban and the Witch is an excellent read, with some glaring things in it that like are questionable, but they're of like her opinion rather than any kind of like stated fact, right? Stalin, right, notoriously, had some very hot takes about homosexuality, he brought up Che. I'm trying to think of like who else contemporaneously that like, we could talk about that has some like shitty fucking takes. Right, like Gabriel.
Everyone has to be. No person is like a prophet sent from some kind of like god of leftist intellectualism that just never harbors a bad take. We study human beings here, and a lot of times we deify human beings as representatives of certain movements, and we make these Mount Rushmores and things like that, and to some degree it's fun and you can do this and things like that, but you have to understand that these are people that are representatives of a social movement that comprises millions of people. That would not be possible without millions of people. And we can use their face as somewhat as a mascot for the thing, but also these are fallible human beings that can do bad things and have done bad things.
Right. You've heard me all talk about Gabriel Rockhill. I have no idea what his takes are on trans issues. I'm very interested to know. Considering he has like a glaring indictment of like, the postmodern compatible left and whatnot. I also think that it wasn't a good look for him to use that picture of, Zizek, for all criticisms of Zizek, to use a picture of him while he's having like a Bell's palsy, flare up or something where like half his face goes limp. Like, no, that's what the fuck is wrong with you? Don't do that. That like you can critique the man for his academic work, and whatnot, but don't do that. That's gross.
Right.
Yeah. So like, everybody, and at some point, me and Pat are probably gonna have some wild take that you're gonna find, probably offensive or something at some point. It's definitely not gonna have to do with like, I don't know. Why am I even saying that? I don't know what the fuck it's going to be about. But you probably are going to disagree with us on something. But I am more than open to growing, and I am more than open to broadening my perspective and broadening my learning because I haven't read everything. To be fair, everyone in the imperial periphery who is homophobic. They held those beliefs because of colonialism, aka because of white people. Homosexuality was fine in ancient China, in Latin America. But that's the thing, is that like they didn't even, the concept of homosexuality is different, right? With fucking wherever you go before, the advent of, colonial intervention, right?
Right.
And yes, Ross, we're well aware that you disagree with us liberals all the time.
All right, let's try to wrap up. I want to hear James Baldwin.
Right.
We just can't go along with any of that. And I think that this is the thing that the white people of America should realize, that Mr. Muhammad's teaching, and it's spreading, so you have to deal with it. Mr. Muhammad's teaching doesn't teach the black man to wait for the white man to change his mind. Mr. Muhammad's teaching is changing the black man's appraisal of himself. And as soon as the black man undergoes a reappraisal of himself and realizes that he's a man too, he says to himself, why should he wait for the Supreme Court to give him what a white man has when he's born? Why should he wait for the Congress or the Senate or the President to tell him that he should have this, when if he's a man the same as that man is a man, he doesn't need any president, he doesn't need any Congress, he doesn't need any Supreme Court, he doesn't need anybody but himself to bring about that which is his, if he is a man.
I think in the first place there's some disagreement between Mr. Malcolm X and myself as to what this heritage is. And I want to go back to that in a minute. Something else at the moment bothers me. I think there's not much clarity in this question of violence. From my point of view, from where I sit, whether or not, no matter what Mr. X wants, no matter what I want, I believe, for example, that one of these days, maybe tomorrow, Birmingham, Alabama will probably blow up. And if Birmingham blows up, it will not just stretch to Atlanta, it will stretch to Boston. There's a kind of fuse there's a kind of there's an undercurrent. There's something which unites all the Negroes in this country, so that what happens in Birmingham can blow up Harlem. It has happened before, and unless we are extremely swift and miraculously swift, it will happen again. I take violence. I'm trying to say this. I take it as given. I think it is coming in any case. What exercises my mind is what happens then. In the first place, this country, in this position in the world now, this extremely precarious position in the world now, the situation of the Negro here is different from that of the Jews in Germany, let us say, 20 or 30 years ago. In that, if Birmingham should blow up, if they should really erupt in America this week, really real racial violence, it would have repercussions all over the world. I'm afraid we have to face this fact, that when the Jews are being slaughtered in Germany in the very beginning, no one seemed to care. Millions of Jews crossed the world, and boatloads of them, and no country would let them in. But the American Negro has something working for him in this context, or the country has something working against it, which I don't think he can afford. But I want to get back to this question of identity, because it seems to me this is where all the questions are. Mr. Malcolm X disagrees with the word Negro, and I can see his point. I confess it doesn't at the moment much interest me, but that may be my fault. What I am concerned about, though, is the actual history of Negroes in this country. I think one has got to face the fact that it has been one of the ugliest histories in the history of the West. But as one can face this fact, there is another fact which I think one has got to face, which is also one of the most remarkable histories that we know of. And I'm not talking about all the good things that white people did, for the poor darkies and all that jazz. I'm talking about the effect of this experience on the people who underwent it, the masters and the slaves, what it did to them. I would be a very different person if I were not the descendant of a slave. In fact, I am the descendant of a slave. This is one of the things I have to deal with because it is true. And I don't think that it has to be a badge of shame. Negroes are not the only slaves. We are not the only descendants of slaves. I can't eliminate one half of my ancestors. My grandmother was raped, let us say. This is a fact I have to face. This means that I'm no longer a pure African, and that my relationship to white people is not that of a Congolese to Belgium, and cannot be, no matter how hard I try to make it that. My relationship to white people is dictated by my mother's relationship to them, my father's, by the fact that my grandmother nursed children who grew up to lynch her children, that my father's fathers were always under the heel of some benevolent white man, and the whole myth of this experience has come into being in the country, which is at its highest seen in Faulkner and at its lowest seen in Margaret Mitchell. Now, I don't think that we can be liberated from this history until we are willing to deal with it. And this means that I have to deal with it as well as any white man in the country has to deal with it. There's really too much and too little to say. What is the issue here? Malcolm X wants us to act like men, and it seems to me, one of the things that I object to here, I don't think that the fact that white people have done what they have done, Patrick Henry is not one of my heroes. I'm sorry. Most of the American heroes have never been in my Hall of Fame. I don't see any reason for me, at this late date, to begin modeling myself on an image which I've always found, frankly, to be mediocre and not a standard to which I myself could repair. I don't think that black men now should be, because white men have committed these crimes, that black men should do the same thing. I think that there is something absolutely insidious, even if I cannot make this absolutely clear, there's something, to my mind, always terribly insidious in the whole question of race. The white man's racial characteristics, of which the white man claims to be so proud, have reduced him in this country to incredible levels. There is nobody in the world, I think, sadder than a white man in the deep South who only has his skin and his blue eyes and his yellow hair and nothing else. I don't think that I want to go through the world, and I will not encourage my nephew to begin to go through the world only armed with the color of his skin. The only thing that really arms anybody when the chips are down is how closely, how thoroughly he can relate to himself and deal with the world, yes, as a man, But I don't think, I think when I talk about standards, and I say they all got to be revised, it's one of the standards that has to be revised. I don't think that a warrior is necessarily a man, and in fact, it has been proven that football players and all these people in teams and in armies are not men. It is very difficult to be a man. And what it involves, for me anyway, is an ability to look at the world, to look at whatever it is, and to say what it is, and to deal with it, to face it, even if it does mean laying down your life, because in a way it always does mean that.
Wow.
I wish that we got more of that, because I think that where he was going was amazing, and that, like, you know, your manhood isn't based on purely your relationship to violence.
Exactly. And also just that thing, like, you know, to be among, like, not even just to have this perspective now in the United States, but to be in, like, the wave of civil rights that is currently happening in the United States at this time, and sitting there as a second-class citizen who is a black person, who, you know, can't do certain things, can't ride certain buses, can't be at certain establishments, and saying, I feel like the white man in Alabama that has nothing but his skin color is the saddest thing that you could possibly be.
Right.
Like, that's so powerful. Like, it just deconstructs this whole racist thing into this pathetic shell that it actually is.
Right. And for Malcolm, who is...
You have this genius, these two geniuses, that there's some guy down in Alabama that's like, nope, they're not going to sit with me. I can't have them in my school. And like James Baldwin...
Raiders? Like, thank you, Kay. How do you say?
You were just so sad. Like, I pity you almost. You know what I mean? Like, it's not even like this David and Goliath thing where he's like trying to punch up at this giant. He's like looking at it as this infant and being like, you're just so childish. Like,
I mean, you know what he was really getting at, what he was really digging into Malcolm with, is that, like, Malcolm is a huge proponent, right, of being proud of your black features. Like, we've watched videos where he talks about how, like, you know, who taught you to hate your skin? Who taught you to hate your hair? Who taught you to hate, you know, your broad nose, and et cetera, et cetera. And, you know, you have Baldwin saying, you're just adopting the same characteristics that the white man down in Alabama with his, you know, yellow hair and blue eyes is using, like, you know, for his lack of, you know, engagement with the world beyond just his physical characteristics. Like, you're going to need more than that.
And this is actually also kind of goes into what the Black Panther Party, or Huey Newton specifically, said about black capitalism.
Right.
Is that we are not fighting against the shackles of racism just so that we can treat black people the same way that white people treated us. You know what I mean? This can only come through, like, you know, a socialist mind state, but we are not emancipating ourselves simply so that we can impersonate those that oppressed us.
Right. And more than anything, and I think a lot of Americans get caught up on this. I think a lot of Westerners in general get caught up on this because, you know, we have this weird relationship to like, you know, violent. And I'm not disagreeing with you, Wilco. Being proud of those features should be simply an act of protest, not an essentialized thing. Race as a category does not deserve dignity or pride.
Right. But Wilco has been crushing it with the good takes today, in my opinion, because
just hammering them.
Just in that sentence right there, that shows right here that it is dependent on the power structure. You know what I mean? You can say black power in this country because you not only have you been you can't have Kenyan power, you can't have Ethiopian power, you can't have any of these powers because that isn't part of you don't know where you're from. You can only have this homogenized black identity. Whereas I would never say white power because I'm an Irish and American person. I can say I have pride in being Irish and I don't see anything problematic with that. But that's the thing, is that I have the benefit and the privilege of knowing where my ancestors came from. So why do I need to use this homogenized white thing unless I'm subscribing to this like identity of white supremacy?
Right. You've got two options for power. That's desert power and people power. And, you know, people power is probably going to be the more realistic option because we don't live on the planet Arrakis. So, you know, fucking what I was getting at with violence, right? And like the Western world, right? Welcome, Entheon, first time chatter. Yeah, you know, he's Irish. We don't hold it against him. Or I don't hold it against myself.
Top of the morning to you.
But like,
you don't know, that is my impression of Robert De Niro saying "top of the morning" to you in the movie Goodfellas.
That's amazing. You did great.
How about some drinks for them Irish hoodlums down there?
So violence, right? I don't know if you ever noticed this, especially like, you know, for all you leftists that are watching this that aren't from the U.S., right? that we always kind of fixate on, like, you know, the war of like, you know, the Soviet Union, or like, you know, Mao's, you know, communists like beating back, like, you know, the nationalists. It's always about, like, you know, the protracted People's War in the countryside, or the Naxalites out in, like, you know, the Indian fucking plateaus and whatnot. It's never about, like, you know, the organization of people for, like, you know, reading. It's never about the irrigation. It's never about, like, you know, constructing a new community and trying to dismantle you know, structures of socializing from, like, a colonial period, or or social structures that, you know, rely upon the, like, you know, the degradation of a certain sect of people, right? You know, be it women, non-men, or, like, you know, deletes, or, you know, some other, like, you know, social category, right? And I think that, like, you know, the Black Panther, I forget if it was Huey or if it was Fred that talked about how, like, you know, yeah, the fucking jackets and, like, you know, the marching and all that shit, the guns are, like, you know, they're cool and everything, but, like, what really makes the Black Panther Party is the breakfast program. What really makes the Black Panther Party is the magazine, the articles, you know, of us, like.
That's why sometimes I cringe when I hear like wall this and guillotine that,
Yeah,
and like that, because it's like that's not what this is about. You know what I mean? Like, the core of this unimpeded would be a completely peaceful and progressive transition into a better society. Obviously, when it becomes impeded by something that's resisting that peaceful and progressive trajectory, that's when violence necessarily occurs. And that violence needs to be contextualized and not something that's so cartoonish as good and evil.
Right. Or the idea that, like, you know, you will cleanse the earth of any kind of, you know, social reactionary, you know, or social conservatism is, you know, incredibly idealistic. It's incredibly utopian. It's, you know, for all the shit that people want to talk about, like, you know, fucking, who said eat the rich, Entheon? Oh, you're agreeing with us in that regard. Yeah, no, like the whole, like, eat the rich thing. Yeah, no, it's probably, like, you know, not going to happen. Most of those people are going to be out of the fucking continent before you ever lay a hand on them.
And also, this brings us to Sankara. One of my favorite Sankara quotes is, a soldier with no education is a potential criminal, and it's almost a certain criminal. And that's the thing. If you only are just fixated on this battle, the AK-47 on the flag, and the People's War and the guerrilla movement and all of these things, but you're not taking into the education and the social movement aspect of it, you're essentially just signing up to be a criminal.
Right. This is where, you know, for all the shit that I will ever talk about anarchism, and for all the shit that I will ever talk about, like, you know, like food not bombs or whatever, you know, have a good night, WizBiz. I still think that, like, their efforts to, like, you know, bring a community together, right? It's not just what you're doing, but it's the fact that you're bringing people together. That's the most important fucking part about any of this. All of this education means fucking nothing if you can't, like, bring a community together, right? And I'm not advocating, like, oh, make best friends with, like, the racist fucking dock worker, right? But it means, like, you know, trying to navigate some way in order to change this social structure, right? Which is, like, it's not voting for AOC, you know, or the you know, that's not going to fix everything. But neither is, like, you know, fucking going out into the Florida fucking Everglades with a tent and a gun and thinking that, like, you know, I'm committed to the revolution.
Could there be a more principled application of this type of ideology than the Black Panthers? Someone that was trained in self-defense, ready for combat, but not necessarily looking for it, and had this overall fixation on social programs and social safety, so that when the weathermen are like, we're Maoists and we're going to go do a protracted People's War, the Black
God bless Bob Avakian!
The Black Panther Party said, no, we're not doing this. This is not correct to be doing right now. It is not logical to do, and it's not going to help this movement in any way, shape, or form. And they were right.
And it comes down to, like, a combination of the two. I hope by now, chat, you know, especially for those of you that have, like, been with us since we started this book, right? And since we, all of the books that we've been reading, whether it's, fucking Black Shirts and Reds or, even The Divide, right? Especially near the tail end of that book. And that I had my criticisms of like the tail end of that book, right? Or this one, right? What we're seeing is that like we need a little bit of both. All right, you need a little bit of diversification in tactics here. I forget, is it you, Sebs, that always says that like Kwame Ture referred to nonviolence as a tactic, but not like the strategy, right?
Not like a cardinal virtue.
Yeah, right.
Something that is applicable in many circumstances, but in other circumstances completely non-viable.
Right. And, Frank's there, right. Like, why the fuck should 9,000 communists, part of the Chinese Communist Party, fucking, listen to some, like, white Maoist on fucking Twitter?
And what about the CPIM? You know what I mean? The CPIM is not a guerrilla insurrectionary movement. They are a political party that is making incredible strides throughout Kerala through electoralism. And are you going to go over there and be like, actually, this isn't correct? Like,
right. Are you going to go tell them, like, you should take down your Che statue because you're not doing things the way that I think Che would have had things done?
Yeah, exactly. You have to understand, the CPIM is a very legitimate political party. It's not just some like edgy thing that kids are doing. This is something that if you watch my videos from there, and we'll get more into that at some point, you will see people of all ages, professions coming together to support this party and the social programs that they are enacting.
Right.
And we're going to tell them that it's wrong.
Right. Yeah. That's fucking clown shoes shit. Don't fucking do that. So Malcolm used scathing humor to express his disapproval of the March on Washington, comparing it to a sporting event. I was impressed the same way I would be the Rose Bowl game, the Kentucky Derby, and the World Series, he recounted to one journalist. He offered the suggestion that President Kennedy should get Academy Awards for directing the best show of the century. He admitted to reporters that he was moved by Malia Jackson's stirring singing and King's speech, praise he quickly followed with a line that would become legendary. While King was having a dream, the rest of us Negroes were having a nightmare. Malcolm's message to the grassroots, delivered in Detroit on Sunday, November 10th, 1963, might be best interpreted as his rejoinder to King's I Have a Dream speech. If King's concept of social justice offered the black freedom struggle as a shield against America's worst racial impulses, Malcolm envisioned the Black Revolution as a sword cutting through the centuries of oppression with a political self-determination that would upend the long-standing injustice.
Hey, Tiny's Boop, good to have you. And also, I mean, I think that nonviolence should be the starting point of any political endeavor. You know what I mean? Like the basis should not be to kill people. It's that we're going to enact these changes. We have a collective program that's going to improve the lives of many people. And if somebody says, well, we're going to fight you on that, well, then fighting has to happen.
Right.
So this right here is just like, pause this real quick. So like you said, this is kind of like the companion to Martin Luther King's I Have a Dream speech. And this is one of the most inspirational talks I've ever heard out of Malcolm X, which is saying a lot. But we're not going to listen to the whole thing, obviously. But if we can just get into like the first like 10 or so minutes, you're going to get like the people are going crazy as this guy's talking. It is so uplifting. So listen to this. And, you know, it definitely is kind of a little bit antithetical and at times critical of Martin Luther King. But this is a very, very good talk.
And during the few moments that we have left, we want to have just an off-the-cuff chat between you and me. Us. We want to talk right down to earth in a language that everybody here can easily understand. We all agree tonight, all of the speakers have agreed that America has a very serious problem. Not only does America have a very serious problem, but our people have a very serious problem. America's problem is us. We're her problem. The only reason she has a problem is she doesn't want us here. And every time you look at yourself, be you black, brown, red, or yellow, a so-called Negro, you represent a person who poses such a serious problem for America because you're not wanted. Once you face this as a fact, then you can start plotting a course that will make you appear intelligent instead of unintelligent. What you and I need to do is learn to forget our differences. When we come together, we don't come together as Baptists or Methodists. You don't catch hell because you're a Baptist, and you don't catch hell because you're a Methodist. You don't catch hell because you're a Methodist or a Baptist. You don't catch hell because you're a Democrat or a Republican. You don't catch hell because you're a Mason or an Elk. And you sure don't catch hell because you're an American, because if you was an American, you wouldn't catch no hell. You catch hell because you're a black man. You catch hell, all of us catch hell for the same reason. So we are all black people, so-called Negroes, second-class citizens, ex-slaves. You are nothing but an ex-slave. You don't like to be told that. But what else are you? You are ex-slave. You didn't come here on the Mayflower. You came here in a slave ship, in chains, like a horse or a cow or a chicken. And you were brought here by the people who came here on the Mayflower. You were brought here by the so-called pilgrims or founding fathers. They were the ones who brought you here. We have a common enemy. We have this in common. We have a common oppressor, a common exploiter, and a common discriminator. So once we all realize that we have this common enemy, then we unite on the basis of what we have in common. And what we have foremost in common is that enemy, the white man. He's an enemy to all of us. I know some of you all think that some of them aren't enemies. Time will tell. In Bandung, back in, I think, 1954, was the first unity meeting in centuries of black people. And once you study what happened at the Bandung Conference and the results of the Bandung Conference, it actually serves as a model for the same procedure you and I can use to get our problems solved. At Bandung, all the nations came together. They were dark nations from Africa and Asia. Some of them were Buddhists. Some of them were Muslim. Some of them were Christian. Some of them were Confucianists. Some were atheists. Despite their religious differences, they came together. Some were communists. Some were socialists. Some were capitalists. Despite their economic and political differences, they came together. All of them were black, brown, red, or yellow. The number one thing that was not allowed to attend the Bandung Conference was the white man. He couldn't come.
I mean, I guess the Yugoslavians would have been considered Slav, technically, you know?
Do you think that Cuba was the only Western, in terms of a Western hemisphere, nation that was granted a membership in the non-aligned movement? But, you know, I would say that, you know, Fidel was white by, you know,
Malcolm himself even said that that's his favorite white guy.
But that's
once they excluded the white man, they found that they could get together. Once they kept him out, everybody else fell right in and fell in line. This is the thing that you and I have to understand. And these people who came together didn't have nuclear weapons. They didn't have jet planes.
If only they did.
Have all of the heavy armaments that the white man has, but they had unity. They were able to submerge their little petty differences and agree on one thing, that though one African came from Kenya and was being colonized by the Englishmen, and another African came from the Congo and was being colonized by the Belgian, and another African came from Guinea and was being colonized by the French.
Well, Entheon, much like we've talked about before, you know, I'm sure you've seen the documentary 13th, right, which is about the 13th Amendment, right? If slavery is only legal, you know, as punishment for a crime, well, then what you do is you criminalize the entire population of people that you formerly had enslaved.
Yeah, and if you believe the statement of the, I forget which member of the cabinet in the Nixon administration, by his own testimony, he does bring up that it was a targeted effort of the Nixon administration to criminalize not only the black communities, but also the anti-war, you know, hippie flower child kind of thing. All these kids were smoking weed. So if you just crank up the dial on the policing of marijuana and heroin and crack, cocaine and things like that, crack wasn't a thing yet, but you know what I'm saying, that you could effectively invade these circles without explicitly saying that this was some kind of like an infringement upon an anti-war effort or a black community. You can hide it under the veil of the drug war.
Well, the other thing, Entheon, is Who are the people that are going to be the most homeless after being freed from slavery without, like, you know, any kind of 40 acres and a mule kind of agreement actually followed through on?
And this goes back to, like, you know, the Spanish mentality of being like, okay, you can legally enslave anyone that isn't a Christian. And then after a couple generations, the populations, the indigenous populations and the African populations start speaking the language, they start understanding the religions. Then they have to move the goalpost and be like, okay, well, now it's just non-white people. You can enslave non-white people. It doesn't matter if they're Christian. It doesn't matter if you want to integrate. And then there's the, you know, indigenous in the United States that during, like, I think the colonial period, there was indigenous tribes who were like, we'll integrate. We'll be part of your culture. We'll speak your language.
They refer to them as the civilized tribes, the 5 civilized tribes.
Sure. But then that was like, no, this isn't going to work for us. We're going to have to displace you.
Law in its majestic equality forbids rich, poor alike to sleep under bridges, to beg in the streets, and to steal loaves of bread. Well, I mean, yeah. What the fuck is it? There's also the enclosure of the commons. So once people, you know, are no longer able to, like, utilize the land that they have for generations, right? You know, you have people that are homeless, and, you know, because they are homeless and vagrant, right? That's where you see in, like, what, the 1400s, 1500s, you start seeing people being arrested for things like vagrancy. You start seeing people arrested for just, you know, basically traveling from town to town.
Well, and there's just that classic statement that it's like, if the penalty of the crime is money,
right,
then this is not like a social law. This is a class law.
Yes.
So you can even take pollution measures at this point. You know, there can be a pollution tax, but that just means the more rich you are, the less you have to follow any kind of pollution regimen.
Yes. Our Changing Climate, the YouTube channel, Our Changing Climate, has made a number of videos citing how, like, all of these economic penalties, you know, with, like, a set amount, right, you know, for all of these, like, you know, pollution measures and things like that.
That's not a law. That's a tax.
Right. That's a tax.
Yeah.
When my husband was homeless, cops would tell him they were doing him a favor for taking him to jail. Me and Pat could talk about that another time.
Yeah.
If the penalty for violating the laws, yeah, all right.
Exactly. Yeah.
And another came from Angola and was being colonized by the Portuguese. When they came to the Bandung Conference, they looked at the Portuguese and at the Frenchmen and at the Englishmen and at the other Dutchmen, and learn or realize that the one thing that all of them had in common, they were all from Europe. They were all Europeans, blonde, blue-eyed, and white-skinned. They began to recognize who their enemy was. The same man that was colonizing our people in Kenya was colonizing our people in the Congo. The same one in the Congo was colonizing our people in South Africa and in southern Rhodesia and in Burma and in India and in Afghanistan and in Pakistan. They realized all over the world where a dark man was being oppressed, he was being oppressed by the white man. Where the dark man was being exploited, he was being exploited by the white man. So they got together under this basis, that they had a common enemy. And when you and I here in Detroit and in Michigan and in America, who have been awakened today, look around us, we too realize here in America, we all have a common enemy. Whether he's in Georgia or Michigan, whether he's in California or New York, he's the same man. Blue eyes and blonde hair and pale skin. Same man.
I only have 2 of those, or 1 of those features.
Be high five.
So what we have to do is what they did. They agreed to stop quarreling among themselves. Any little spat that they had, they'd settle it among themselves. Go into a huddle. Don't let the enemy know that you got a disagreement. Instead of us airing our differences in public, we have to realize we're all the same family. And when you have a family squabble, you don't get out on the sidewalk. If you do, everybody calls you uncouth, unrefined, uncivilized, savage. If you don't make it at home, you settle it at home. You get in the closet, argue it out behind closed doors. And then when you come out on the street, you pose a common front, a united front. And this is what we need to do in the community and in the city and in the state. We need to stop airing our differences in front of the white man.
Thank you, Sam.
Put the white man out of our meeting, number 1, and then sit down and talk shop with each other. That's all you got to do.
Thank you, Sam, for always posting the links that I forget because I'm a shitty streamer. Do you want to keep going into...
Yeah, keep going, because there's an important part that he gets into.
Okay.
I would like to make a few comments concerning the difference between the Black Revolution and the Negro Revolution. There's a difference. Are they both the same? And if they're not, what is the difference? What is the difference between a Black Revolution and a Negro Revolution? First, what is a revolution? Sometimes I'm inclined to believe that many of our people are using this word revolution loosely, without taking careful consideration what this word actually means and what its historic characteristics are. When you study the historic nature of revolutions, the motive of a revolution, the objective of a revolution, and the result of a revolution, and the methods used in a revolution, you may change words. You may devise another program. You may change your goal, and you may change your mind. Look at the American Revolution in 1776. That revolution was for what? For land. How was it? Why did they want land? Independence. How was it carried out? Bloodshed. Number one, it was based on land, the basis of independence. And the only way they could get it was bloodshed. The French Revolution, what was it based on? The landless against the landlord. What was it for? Land. How did they get it? Bloodshed. Was no love lost. Was no compromise. Was no negotiation. I'm telling you, you don't know what a revolution is. Because when you find out what it is, you'll get back in the alley. You'll get out of the way. Just a moment. The Russian Revolution. What was it based on? Land. The landless against the landlord. How did they bring it about? Bloodshed. You haven't got a revolution that doesn't involve bloodshed. And you're afraid to bleed. I said you're afraid to bleed. Long as the white man sent you to Korea, you bled. He sent you to Germany, you bled. He sent you to the South Pacific to fight the Japanese, you bled. You bleed for white people. But when it comes time to seeing your own churches being bombed and little black girls murdered, you haven't got no blood.
Fucking vicious, man. This is the cheap, like, Edge Malcolm stuff.
You bleed when the white man says bleed. You bite when the white man says bite. And you bark when the white man says bark. I hate to say this about us, but it's true. How you gonna be nonviolent in Mississippi as violent as you were in Korea? How can you justify being nonviolent in Mississippi and Alabama when your churches are being bombed and your little girls are being murdered, and at the same time you're going to get violent with Hitler and Tojo and somebody else that you don't even know? If violence is wrong in America, violence is wrong abroad. If it's wrong to be violent, defending black women and black children and black babies and black men, then it's wrong for America to draft us and make us violent abroad in defense of her. The Chinese Revolution. They wanted land. They threw the British out, along with the Uncle Tom Chinese. Yeah, they did. They set a good example. When I was in prison, I read an article in, don't be shocked when I say I was in prison, you still in prison.
Don't be shocked I was in prison.
That's what America means, prison. When I was in prison, I read an article in Life magazine showing a little Chinese girl, 9 years old. Her father was on his hands and knees, and she was pulling the trigger because he was an Uncle Tom Chinaman. When they had the revolution over there, they took a whole generation of Uncle Toms, just wiped them out. And within 10 years, that little girl became a full-grown woman. No more Toms in China. And today it's one of the toughest, roughest, most feared countries on this earth by the white man, because there are no Uncle Toms over there.
I don't know about all that anymore, man, but, you know, at the time, maybe.
Of all our studies, history is best qualified to reward all research. And when you see that you got problems, all you have to do is examine the historic method used all over the world by others who had problems similar to yours. And once you see how they got theirs straight, then you know how you can get yours straight. Please. There's been a revolution, a black revolution going on in Africa. In Kenya, the Mau Mau were revolutionaries. They were the ones who made the word uhuru. They were the ones who brought it to the fore. The Mau Mau.
We still need to get that emote from when that journalist was interviewing him about the Mau Mau.
Yeah,
and he gave one of those faces.
Yeah. He's like, would you support a Mau Mau in America? And he's like...
Revolutionary.
Just a few more minutes. Just a
they
little bit
believed
more
in scorched earth. They knocked everything aside that got in their path. And their revolution also was based on land, a desire for land. In Algeria, the northern part of Africa, a revolution took place. The Algerians were revolutionists. They wanted land. France offered to let them be integrated into France. They told France to hell with France. They wanted some land, not some France. And they engaged in a bloody battle. So I cite these various revolutions, brothers and sisters, to show you, you don't have a peaceful revolution. You don't have a turn the other cheek revolution. There's no such thing as a nonviolent revolution. Only kind of revolution that's nonviolent is the Negro Revolution.
And to be fair, even when it is nonviolent, right? Like in Chile, right? Like in Indonesia, like in Guatemala, Brazil, you know, I could keep going on. You'll find an interesting correlation about all of these countries, in that where there is a non-violent revolution, they are met with violence from the U.S. state.
The nonviolence is a erroneous assumption to begin with, because in almost all of these circumstances, you are living in a state of perpetual violence.
True.
The black person in America, while Malcolm X is talking at this point, has been in a perpetual state of violence since the times of slavery. When you go to Guatemala, when you go to Chile at the time, when you go to Cuba prior to the revolution, these were societies that existed in a state of permanent violence. Everything about that was upheld and enforced through violence. To resist that violence is not terrorism. To resist that violence is not something to be morally decried.
Right. The people that turn to revolution are the people that have most viciously faced violence and felt it at its strongest, like the people of Laos.
Well, and that's the thing. When the United States has its revolution, or when the Britain has its glorious revolution, these aren't looked back as violent. They don't even really use the word violent to refer to the American Revolution or the glorious revolution of France, even though these revolutions were dripping with blood. They were drenched in the blood of people.
Right.
and let's not even talking about the indigenous people. I'm talking about even just talking about the loyalists versus the revolutionaries. Let's not even talk about that entire thing being held up on essentially the bones and flesh of indigenous people.
The entire history of America is smothered in the blood of indigenous babies, women, men, peoples, entire cultures, histories, ways of life, you name it. Like entire communities exterminated.
So good. I think there's just a little bit more of this. I'm sorry. This was just so good that
I know it is very good. I'm not knocking it. I'm just also noticing that like we're at like hour 3 and we haven't even gotten to the second chapter yet.
Okay.
The only revolution based on loving your enemy is the Negro Revolution. The only revolution in which the goal is a desegregated lunch counter, a desegregated theater, a desegregated park, and a desegregated public toilet. You can sit down next to white folks on the toilet.
When he says it like this, like, how do you disagree?
What'd you say?
When he puts it like this, you're like,
how can you just? It's an entirely logical argument. I mean, like, this is technically like kind of like book reading. What we do is we're a book club, right? So, Ninja Can, right? Have you read the book? Is there any point you would like us to get at in this chapter? Is there any comment regarding chapter 6? I'll wait.
Yeah, because they do specifically talk about this in the book.
They do specifically talk about this in the book.
So you can go ahead to the next one.
I'm sorry, Ninja Can. I didn't mean to put you on the spot. Don't you earn no reverse on me? If you would like to start your own stream where you read books and go over them, I will more than happily be a chatter.
That's no revolution.
Oh wait, did you want me to keep going?
We can just move forward now
okay.
if you want.
All right.
We got the idea here.
I'm sorry.
Just check out that full
yes.
that full speech because the whole thing's incredible.
I promise if anything, I'll do it right fucking now. Right? That way no one can come at me. There's a lot of stuff I got to do. I'm not going to lie, Chad. There's a lot of stuff that like I kind of slack behind on doing. You know what? No, let's go to this one. I need more
What are you doing right now?
There. Okay. There. Oh God. No.
See what happens when you do it?
See what happens when you do it? There. It's in the Discord now. It's in the suggested videos. I don't know. That's probably not where I was supposed to post it. I was under a lot of
Sam will
pressure.
fix everything. Don't worry.
I know.
And during the few moments.
All right, so Malcolm's speech, the one we were just listening to, expanded the political, ideological, and geographical horizons of the Black Revolution. Yet he was describing a struggle that King played a vital role in popularizing. Malcolm now embarked on a mission of organizing a black political revolution with new allies, representatives of at least 11 cities and 8 states who vowed to join a national effort to internalize the black freedom struggle by touring Africa, supporting the All-Black Freedom Now Party, and advocating for radical political self-determination that included self-defense. His address altered the landscape of black politics, but its impact would not be felt until 2 generations of black activists would come together to organize a movement for black power. So yeah, the Black Power movement being like the precursor of like the Black Panther Party. Okay, and I don't know if any of you were expecting this, or I don't want to upset anyone. JFK dies in this story.
Oh shit! Really?
Spoiler alert: JFK does not make it through this.
How does he die? What happens to his large Irish head?
Tell me it's still intact.
Tell me it's still intact. His beautiful dome.
Go ahead. Yeah, sorry I had that little one. Right? I was like abridging stuff through this, but I don't make it so long.
Oh, you're good. On November 22nd of that same year, John F. Kennedy was assassinated in Dallas, Texas. I wonder by who. The event shocked the nation and left King without his most powerful ally. After watching news reports of the president's assassination, King struck a note of fatalism with Coretta. "This is what's going to happen to me," he told her. "This is such a sick society. which is kind of interesting considering, like, the last time that they met, JFK literally said to MLK, if they'll do it to you, they'll do it to me. In, like, no uncertain words. On December 1st, 9 days after Kennedy's assassination, Malcolm X's association with the Nation of Islam formally ended. Although he generally heeded Muhammad's warning not to publicly disparage Kennedy's legacy, he slipped and described Kennedy's death as chickens coming home to roost. You can find it on YouTube. Unleashing a metaphor that sparked national controversy. And his speech, God's Judgment of White America, made the same point. America's wealth, he argued, rested on an empire of slavery that would, just like past kingdoms, topple under the weight of its own misdeeds. The hour of judgment and doom were the direct results of the evil seeds of slavery and hypocrisy that allowed Americans to forget the horrors of its past while extolling the virtues of democracy and citizenship, which rested on racial oppression and black exploitation. Malcolm linked the decline of Western civilization and America's empire to the rise of the Dark World, whose flourishing anti-colonial movements were toppling kingdoms. Our current generation, Malcolm observed, is witnessing the end of colonialism, Europeanism, Westernism, and white supremacy, all of which was at the root of global injustices, both visible and unseen, which was kind of a little early. Called it just a little early, in the grand scheme of things. Wasn't quite the end,
Here's two major developments in the story that we're reading here. JFK, dead. He's gone. Forget JFK.
Blasted.
Malcolm X, no longer part of the Nation of Islam. We've seen over the past chapters a growing divide where Malcolm's status as a political and social representative was starting to outshine his position as a Nation of Islam member, minister, recruiter, and his public image was becoming more and more in conflict with his position there, as Elijah Muhammad specifically restricted any kind of like political advocacy or things like that existed outside of that. Malcolm, the final straw on this, is pretty much talking shit about JFK after he gets his head blown off.
Jesus Christ!
Kind of severs that, So let's go forward here.
What was her name? God damn it! What was the name of that Marxist woman that worked with MLK? Like, I feel like an asshole because I can't fucking remember it right now.
Ella Baker?
What's that? Ellie Baker.
Ella Baker?
Ella Baker, yes. Sebs, if you want that, read Ella Baker. This is Malcolm X and MLK. Don't blame us that, white society has, whitewashed and boosted or demonized, whoever. We're just reading the book.
Malcolm parried with reporters after this speech, which was attended by 700 people, including representatives of Elijah Muhammad. Malcolm knew as much at one point, joking with reporters that they were looking to bait him into rejoicing over Kennedy's death by saying, "Hooray, hooray, I'm glad he got it." He turned serious by citing the 1961 murder of Congolese Prime Minister Patrice Lumumba and the more recent assassinations of Medgar Evers in Mississippi and 4 black girls in Birmingham as examples of the swirling violence plaguing America. The nation, Malcolm explained, was in a death spiral precipitated by its own behavior. Why should a sitting president be immune to forces he himself helped to amplify? Damn. Malcolm's speech marked the denouement of his long-running critique of President Kennedy, which is part of a conversation on race and democracy that Malcolm participated in, both as a counterpart to Martin Luther King Jr. and as a public intellectual offering a radical interpretation of American history and politics. That remains an unappreciated chapter in the racial saga of the 1960s. Indeed, God's Judgment of White America focused on the hypocrisy of American democracy and its slain president. Malcolm's verbal denunciations of Kennedy helped to secularize his message of radical black dignity. So, Malcolm is essentially saying, you're blowing up our churches and killing our women. You're killing Medgar Evers. Patrice Lumumba essentially got lynched on the international stage. And I'm supposed to sit here and cry over the white president that was amplifying all this?
That literally, it took him how long into his first term to, even acknowledge any of this? Oh, Jesus, Ross. Also, it's not lost on me how funny. So that was Malcolm X's Hassan 821. Son of a bitch. I really need to get the ad. I know. I need to get the fucking ad blocker.
Malcolm X, you were involved in a controversy some months ago with your leader. Is that over?
Well, I've been silent for the past 90 days because of some statements I made concerning the President of the United States, which were distorted.
They were distorted?
And yes.
What did you say, Malcolm?
Well, I said the same thing that everybody says, that his assassination was the result of the climate of hate. But only I said the chickens came home to roost, and which means the same thing. Climate of hate means that this is the result of something. And when I said chickens coming home to roost, I said the same thing.
But you did not say that you were glad the president was killed.
No, that's what the press said. What would I look like saying that I'm glad the president was killed?
Malcolm, this was your first public statement in that 90-day period, is it not?
First time I opened up my mouth in 90 days. That's why I'm talking so fast and so hearty.
You feel, however, that we're making progress.
No. I will never say that progress is being made. Knife in my back 9 inches and pull it out 6 inches. There's no progress. You pull it all the way out, that's not progress. The progress is healing the wound that the blow made. And they haven't even begun to pull a knife out, much less try and heal the wound. They won't even admit the knife is there.
You haven't.
God, he's just. What I would give for a world where he lived. You know what I mean?
I know.
And also, like, the chickens home to roost, yes, it was a culture of violence because JFK, tried to break apart the CIA, and he got what was coming to him. You fuck with the CIA, you get the magic bullet.
Malcolm X, you were.
King diverged from Malcolm X by offering no hints of pleasure at either the circumstances that led to the uptick in national violence or Kennedy's actual death. King implicated the entire nation in the assassination by virtue of a collective betrayal of democratic principles, reflected in an atmosphere in which violence and hatred have become popular pastimes. Boy, howdy are they. His essay attracted far less attention than Malcolm's post-assassination soundbite, like always, but explored remarkably similar themes. He interpreted Kennedy's death as a political, cultural, and spiritual crossroads for the nation, and challenged elected officials, religious clergy, and ordinary citizens alike to come to terms with the moral and political futility of violence. King agreed with, and even amplified, major aspects of Malcolm's criticism of American violence. Nevertheless, he delivered this message under the cover of a national call to unity that, for the moment, distinguished him from his rival. For now, Malcolm and Martin's parallel vision that located the roots of Kennedy's assassination in racial violence was shared, although unspoken, political symmetry between them. Which, is correct. They're saying the same thing, they're just saying it two very different ways.
Well, and one of them had pretty much been talking shit about President Kennedy for the past fucking as many years as he knew who President Kennedy was or who JFK was. And Martin Luther King had a very cozy relationship with JFK. So it might come off a little different, but they were saying the same thing.
Right. And yes, Secretary of State Michael Brooks, I would give anything for that.
I would give anything.
I would give anything to just... I know that, like, we can't have young Parenti. I know that, like, we can't have any... But Michael Brooks, like... Make sure you get your cardio in, folks. Like, I took a walk around the park, like, the other day. Just, for, like, a good, like, half an hour or something. Just because, like, I needed sunlight and to stop being a goblin. But make sure you're taking care of yourself out there, all right?
Jiu-jitsu.
What's that?
Get your blood pumping with some jiu-jitsu.
Yes, get guillotined by, like,
strangle another man. Be strangled.
Yeah. Feel the warm heartbeat of another man while he chokes you out. Sounds like a good time to me.
Dr. King, many have said that you helped put President Kennedy in the White House. In light of what has happened, do you regret that?
Well, I'm not at all a political analyst, but there are those who contend that the Negro vote had a great deal to do with President Kennedy being elected, and that many Negroes were influenced to vote for the president because of a call that he made to my wife during an arrest here in Georgia. Now, if this had anything to do with it, I certainly don't regret it, because I think President Kennedy made a most significant contribution in civil rights, and while he may not have done all that some feel that he should have done, I would be the first to say that President Kennedy came forth with the most comprehensive civil rights bill that we have ever had from any president, and he had a great understanding of the depths and dimensions of the problem, and I really feel that he was a friend to the cause of civil rights, and he created a climate of civil rights concern in Washington and in the nation.
You have had attempts made on your life and have been threatened, perhaps even tonight. What is it like to walk under this constant threat?
Well, it's often difficult, but when you live with it so long, you almost become immune to being afraid as a result of these threats. I guess you have to come to the point of looking at these things philosophically, and this is where I have decided to stand. I believe firmly that this cause is right, and that someone must have the courage and the fortitude to stand up for it, even if it means suffering or even if it means death. I always felt that unmerited suffering is redemptive, and even if I have to die for this cause, if physical death is the price that others will have to pay, then it is a price that is paid to free the soul of our nation and to free our children from a permanent spiritual death. And in this sense, I think it is very redemptive, or it can be, even if it occurs.
Thank you, Dr. King.
So do you think it's just him being a statesman, or do you think that, like, you know, when he was picking up a lady friend, that it took him like half an hour to get his one-liner out?
She's like, dude, get it together, dude. I'm already down. Like, come on.
Also, I'm very proud of chat, you know, right now. I guess everybody was doing like a dry winter, you know. I'm very proud of you, Wilco, you know, for not diving into the depths that are apps, if you know what I mean. It's a hell world out there.
What you guys are talking about?
You don't want to know. Don't worry about it.
my straight sensibilities are uncomfortable.
You don't want to know about Grindr or Scruff or, like, you know, any of the other things. And we're
I have my innocent cat in the room right now. I don't know if I want to do all this.
But yeah, Seb's like a Wallace versus a Truman presidency following FDR. Yeah, that would have been something incredible. Also, the VOD for this stream is going to be interesting with, like, MLK, like, you know, talking about, like, fucking Kennedy dying, and the rest of chat's, like, talking about just, like, how horned up they are. Like, fucking...
You know, that's just part of the territory of streaming on Twitch. You gotta just deal with that.
Dr. King, man.
It's actually my fault. I brought up jiu-jitsu. True.
This is your fault.
I instigated this entire...
Your Brazilian wiles, you know?
This is me, right?
Yeah.
Okay. President Lyndon Johnson's January 8th, 1964 State of the Union speech called for peace and abundance for all, tapping into Martin Luther King's most ambitious freedom dreams. Johnson challenged Congress to do more for civil rights than the last 100 sessions combined. He amplified King's message about economic injustice by calling for all-out war on human poverty and unemployment in the nation. For King, the prospect of major anti-poverty legislation led new credibility to the inroads civil rights activism was making on American political culture. King, along with several other civil rights leaders, met with Johnson at the White House 10 days after the speech. They listened as Johnson announced full-throated support for the Kennedy Civil Rights Bill without the president explained a word or a comma changed.
Full-throated, you say?
Full-throated.
Also, correction, Entheon said the Wallace versus Truman follow-up presidency. Sorry.
Johnson who deeply admired FDR's New Deal, planned to inaugurate a similar era of progressive legislation by using political momentum from the Kennedy assassination to enact civil rights policy. Johnson viewed racial justice and the war on poverty as an essential part of his imagined great society, a nation that basked in its racial and ethnic diversity, refused to let the poor and elderly reside in squalor, cherished its children, and offered health care to the middle class and indigent. King, sensing an opportunity, informed reporters after the meeting that Johnson planned to do nothing less than bring the standards of the Negro up and bring him to the mainstream of life. Black citizenship, King suggested, required not only legislation that would end racial discrimination, but it required a massive redistribution of economic resources nationally, which Lyndon Johnson had privately acknowledged during their meeting. So, okay.
Somebody redeemed it.
Yep, you gotta do it.
Hamburger, cheeseburger, hamburger, Big Mac Whopper, and a side of
pretty much what it is.
All right, yeah, there we go.
You did good, man. That was a good one.
Thanks. Yeah, no, yeah. Been resting the throat for a couple days.
So obviously Kennedy gets popped. Johnson rolls in as he was vice president. He becomes the president automatically. He capitalizes on everything and says we're going full forward with civil rights, and he even touches on many of Dr. King's lesser known but still very relevant views on economic redistribution, aka socialism.
Right. You know what's kind of funny is that, like, I've heard, because I'm a little bit of a crank when it comes to, like, the Kennedy assassination type shit, that, like, LBJ was apparently like, just let me know if you did it. Like, I'll cover for you. Just, like, let me in on, like, if you guys actually, like, blasted Kennedy's head, and
president.
Yeah, like he was totally down to clown with the CIA, and
I feel like we have to always remind this. As based as Lyndon Johnson sounded in that, this is also the man that essentially fully committed us into Vietnam.
Right.
So, he is an abominable piece of shit that should probably have died at the gallows for war crimes, but also said some nice things about poverty and civil rights.
Yes,
so.
his most glaring positive trait is that it seems like he wasn't racist. But other than that, like, he was down to clown with, like, every horrific, inhumane, monstrous thing that the U.S. was, like, trying to do to the rest of the world.
True, Ross Publicker, but I just hope it is, and I'm just going to internalize it that it is true, and I'm never going to question it or try to validate it.
Wait, what?
Also, he would make people watch him pee to intimidate them.
I mean, no. He literally has, like, he's the president, I think, that flashed his dick to the journalists.
Oh.
Yeah, right. No, that's not even like a question. No, that's a real thing that happened. like they were asking him some like hard hitting questions, so he just like pulled his dick out.
Multiple people saying jumbo in here.
Yeah, so like this isn't crank hour shit. That's a real thing.
What the fuck is wrong with like American politics?
Like everything. It's just establishing dominance. All right. Malcolm, in the midst of wrestling with his own secrets, declared his political independence to the world via a press release on March 8th. He used his public relations skills to their maximum benefit. He announced plans to leave the NOI, declaring himself loyal to the messenger and vowing to advance Elijah Muhammad's message of self-determination on his own. In fact, Malcolm had no intention of walking away from an organization he helped to build. I mean, let's be honest, it was kind of like, the only reason anybody even knew about the NOI was Malcolm, but he dreamed of recruiting hundreds, if not thousands, and could probably do it, of disgruntled Muslims who were fed up with the messenger's behavior and the growing culture of corruption, violence, and graft that shadowed the NOI. Malcolm privately hoped to recruit his friend, mentee, and newly crowned heavyweight boxing champ Cassius Clay to his cause. Elijah Muhammad matched his wayward pupil's efforts in public dissemblance. The messenger wept in front of reporters at his Phoenix home upon hearing the news of Malcolm's official departure. "I am stunned," he told reporters. "I had never dreamed this man would deviate from the Nation of Islam." Muhammad failed to mention that he personally authorized Malcolm's ouster and dictated the terms of his exit. The messenger's recent decision to rename Cassius Clay Muhammad Ali struck the first blow in a political battle that would play out over the course of the next year. The ease with which the messenger had plucked the young boxer from their celebrity New York minister who personally converted him to Islam demonstrated how Muhammad's organizational strength outmatched Malcolm's charismatic appeal. Muhammad vowed to strip his former disciple of everything and made no effort to quiet the death threats against Malcolm already emerging from inside the NOI.
So yeah, just further highlighting the issues between Elijah Muhammad, the Nation of Islam, and Malcolm. Malcolm obviously being like publicity-wise just a force that I don't think anyone else, unless maybe now they're scrambling. They're like, we have to get Muhammad Ali because if Malcolm's leaving, we need somebody that's going to kind of fill the place as the celebrity of this whole thing. So they're scrambling, and Malcolm is just being Malcolm, and just off the virtue of being Malcolm X is just going to thrive as long as someone doesn't shoot him.
Yeah, no, Hashkish brings up an excellent point that, Muhammad Ali, he actually had some pretty decent politics.
Dude.
Yeah.
Very radical guy, yeah. They don't talk about, he's another whitewashed character of history.
Yeah. So like, I just want to imagine what a post NOI fucking Malcolm organizing with Muhammad Ali, bro, forget about it.
And then the Black Panthers happen, and then you have the force of the Black Panthers, which was in itself a force within United States politics. Imagine if Malcolm was there to be a forefather of that and use his political sway as well as just this blowing up of this Black Panther movement.
And you also had Kwame Ture, right, simultaneously. So you would have had, or at the time, Carmichael Stokely, Malcolm X, Muhammad Ali. It would have been a political a force to be fucking reckoned with in American politics. And I am sweating to death, so give me 1 second.
There has been much written and said about your departure from the Black Muslim organization. Could you tell us exactly why you did leave the organization?
Well, I didn't leave, number one. I was put out, and since there was no justification for them putting me out, they had to make it appear to the public that I left of my own volition. But it was in February of 1963 that Wallace Muhammad, one of the sons of Elijah Muhammad, pointed out to me that his father had a very serious moral problem, which he had kept a careful secret up to that point. But that when I heard about it, I went directly to Elijah Muhammad. We discussed it. He explained it. He even admitted it to me, as well as to some of his other children. He discussed it with his other children. But when he gave me his religious interpretation or explanation of it, I accepted it. But about 5 months went by, and Wallace pulled me aside again and told me that his father hadn't changed. He was still involved in the same thing, and he was getting worse rather than better. And I think it had a serious effect upon me, subconsciously, if not consciously.
Personally ordered attacks upon you?
Oh, yes. In Cassius Clay, the brother that used to be the secretary to Cassius, or as Elijah Muhammad now calls him, Muhammad Ali Clay, was beaten in Boston recently, and this brother was a captain. He was one of the karate experts who taught karate on the entire East Coast, Eastern region, and he was in the inner circle. And he pointed out that in October, he didn't cease being a captain, but his influence or authority was placed beneath that of Clarence, the captain who's in Boston. Clarence was put over Joseph, and shortly after that, as Leon Amir testified, Clarence, the captain from Boston, and John, the captain from Springfield, Massachusetts, came to New York to carry out this so-called assassination. And they came to Leon looking for a silencer for their gun. Well, see, I understand all of it, but they parked half a block from my house here in the home of Alvin, who's also one of Elijah Muhammad's men, looking for a chance when they could, make their move. But thanks to Allah, they didn't get a chance.
So, what I want to say about this clip is kind of like some feelings that I've had the whole time reading this book, because you've had this, like, in my opinion, like an internal battle where you're reading all this great stuff about Malcolm X and you're so inspired by him and you want to be a fan of him, but then he'll get talking, he'll be like, oh, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, and you're kind of like, man, like, you know what I mean? Like, this guy has so many great qualities, but like he also seems to just be like utterly devout to this kind of weirdo cult leader type of guy, and it kind of like detracts his legacy. And obviously this book is chronological, so now it's so refreshing to hear him finally be like, yo, I noticed that this whole thing was fucked up and I repudiate, you know, I'm not, you know, disavowing Islamism, I'm actually more sincerely involved in that, as I'm going to go to the Hajj and all this stuff. But I've now recognized that this whole like Elijah Muhammad scheme is not cool.
Yeah.
And I think that rehabilitates his legacy quite a bit.
I think that, you know, like I said very early on, Malcolm X has daddy issues. All right. And like Elijah was a father to him. And, you know, like he's willing to overlook all of these things in the same way that he probably overlooked, like, you know, a lot of the memories he had of his father beating on his mother. You know what I mean? So, like, look, and no matter who it is on the left, you're gonna hit a point where it's just like, but can't you be better? Can't you be flawless?
Yeah.
So, are you still eating?
Yeah. Is this one mine?
No, I'll read it. Eat.
Okay.
In a speech that spring at Harvard University, Malcolm continued his critique of America's political system, characterizing himself as one of 22 million black people in this country who are victims of your democratic system, he explained. Yesterday, our people used to look upon the American system as an American dream, but the black people today are beginning to realize that it is an American nightmare. What is a dream to you is a nightmare to us. Malcolm hoped to end this nightmare with black power, which he defined as voting rights, political consciousness, community control of neighborhoods, and black pride. Sounds kind of familiar, doesn't it, Chad?
Sounds a lot like the Black Panther.
Sounds almost exactly like the 10-point program, doesn't it? King's dream encompassed parts of this formula in service of comprehensive political reform, but he still regarded black pride as largely a vehicle for black nationalism, which might lead to racial separatism of the kind advocated by the NOI. Malcolm disagreed. Quote, the restoration of our cultural roots and history will restore dignity to the black people in this country, he said. He defined radical black dignity expansively, decrying racial gerrymandering in congressional districts as an evil that existed on the same spectrum as the denied knowledge about the glorious civilization that existed in Africa. Malcolm's prediction that a large enough black vote would change the foreign policy as well as domestic policy of the country offered the clearest indication of his new political direction. In Malcolm's imagination, blacks recognized as victims of democracy would become its greatest architects. And it's kind of funny because, like, he's not totally wrong, even into today, you know, where, thank you for the follow, where even, like, you know, today we have, like, what happened recently with George DeSantis, like, you know, arresting people that, like, you know, thought they had their criminal record cleared. And, of course, naturally, most of them, you know, are black Americans being arrested for voting, right? There's a reason why gerrymandering continues to be a thing. There's a reason why the Electoral College has not been, you know, oh, thank you for the subscription, Chaosity.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Thanks for being here.
And fucking, like, there's a reason why, you know, gerrymandering continues to be a thing. And that is because, you know, places like Arizona, for instance, have...
Racist as shit.
It's racist as shit. And most of its entire fucking population for a state that...
Have you ever seen that video of Sacha Baron Cohen going there and pretending to build a mosque?
Yes, I have seen that.
That is one of the funniest fucking things I have ever seen in my life.
Right. I mean, like, you know, Sacha Baron Cohen is also, like, Islamophobic as fuck. But yeah, he's funny at times. Like when he interviewed Dick Cheney
Regardless,
as
the
like
amount of
a fake Mossad agent.
The amount of people that were in that room, just watching a room full of those racist Arizonians like react to this guy trying to sell them on building the biggest mosque in the Western Hemisphere in their town, is very funny.
There's let me see if I can find it. Here it is, right? So, open image in new tab. So, let's take a look at
that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, what the fuck? All right. So, like, take a look at this. All right. We've all heard it now for the last, 6 years about, coastal elites this, coastal elites that, right? Look at, fucking Arizona. Their main population is, 3 fucking cities, and, this whole fucking place, right, is sparsely fucking populated. But, let's take a look at... Oh, fucking damn it. I can't fucking do the thing. Look at this. Look at all this. Look at that one. Look at that one right there. I'm pretty certain that's fucking New York. And look, there's New Jersey right off to the fucking side, right?
One of the biggest, most densely populated state in the entire country.
Right. Let's take a look at where all of or the majority of the black population of America live, right? That whole black belt, right?
Mm-hmm.
Fucking no, not just exclusively Philadelphia, effusive stoic, and no, I don't think that you think that all black people just live in Philadelphia. But look at this shit.
I'm pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken, I think New Orleans is the most biggest black majority city in the country. I believe.
Right. So
if it's not the first, it's the second one.
Why can't I fucking? Why is it?
But
this?
New Jersey, Philadelphia, and New York certainly have, and then you have Baltimore down there and Chicago up there. You certainly have very significantly black areas throughout that area, that region.
But it's just I don't ever want to hear anybody, talk about coastal elitism or anything when it's most of the fucking population lives on the fucking coasts because of history. Okay?
Yeah.
Nolans, bro. Yes, that is just population density, right? Right. Mass exodus to the northern cities, right? California, New York. You got this one right here. I think that's fucking... One of these is Chicago, right? I don't know. Don't ask me about geography.
This is me now, right?
No, we're on to the next one.
Malcolm's speech before an audience of 3,000 people at Harlan's Rockland Palace on Saturday, March 22nd, announced his participation in what he called a human rights movement that would utilize grassroots organizing, electoral politics, and self-defense to achieve racial justice in America. It's time for you and me to let the government know it's ballots or bullets, Malcolm said to the cheering supporters. He called for 1 million new registered voters, anticipating the political leverage in national and local elections that blacks would utilize after the passage of voting rights. There will be nonviolence only when those who are not violent with us, Malcolm said. He placed himself alongside national movement leaders such as social justice warrior battling for more than civil rights. If Adam Clayton Powell, Martin Luther King, and Reverend Milton A. Galamison can fight for human rights as Christian ministers, Malcolm reasoned, I can see no reason why I can't do the same as a Muslim minister. He promised to form whatever is necessary, whether it's a black nationalist party or a black nationalist army, to achieve black citizenship that would end police brutality, eliminate the newly instituted stop and frisk law, and integrate public schools. He offered a tantalizing sketch of racial unity that would lead to unprecedented black power. His speech in Harlem positioned his concept of radical black dignity against King's notion of radical black citizenship. Although Malcolm remained skeptical of American democracy, he now campaigned for voter education, grassroots education, and community organizing. And what's important with all that is that he didn't talk about Elijah Muhammad. He didn't talk about the Nation of Islam. He is talking about policy, practical practice, practical practice. I'm so stupid.
No, you're good.
Practicality. I mean, like material situations of how to do this.
Right.
Things that he would have been browbeaten for, or things that he would have been admonished for by the Nation of Islam.
Right. Because that goes against like the cult of personality that, fucking Elijah Muhammad was continuously trying to maintain.
Yes, exactly.
The freedom to choose his own path broadened Malcolm's ideological horizons and took him to unexpected sites of political conflict. On Wednesday, March 25th, Malcolm announced his plans to visit the U.S. Senate to observe the filibuster of the Civil Rights Bill. I am throwing myself into the heart of the civil rights struggle and will be in it from now on, Malcolm informed the New York Amsterdam News. He arrived in Washington the next day, emboldened by supporters of his efforts to internationalize the civil rights struggle. The transformation of American domestic policy loomed large, and Malcolm spent the last Thursday in March holding impromptu press conferences, stalking the halls of the Senate building, and conducting a seminar on black radicalism that jarred Washington's political equilibrium while scandalizing its sense of decorum. He questioned the Democratic Party's commitment to racial justice, pointing out the large number of Southerners participating in the filibuster, and accused President Johnson of being unable to end Jim Crow in his own home state of Texas, let alone the entire nation. Martin Luther King Jr. also roamed the halls of the Senate that day, holding press conferences after conferring with Senator Herbert Humphrey, who was leading the fight on the floor to pass the bill. Malcolm listened quietly as King vowed to continue fighting for racial justice whether the bill passed or not. Afterward, Malcolm ran into King in the Senate gallery, both men surrounded by aides and journalists. King spoke first, greeting his adversary within the movement like an old friend. "Well, Malcolm, good to see you," he said, offering a handshake. Malcolm, recognizing the gesture of fellowship, replied in kind, "Good to see you."
Forward, just while we talk about this, just move forward one. So if anyone remembers, if you've been here with us through the entire book, this book begins at this moment. This is what sets the stage for everything. The very first chapter references this exact moment where, it's kind of like a foreshadowing, or however you want to refer to that as, where we start at this moment where both of these men have already been through the journey of ascending through their lives, living in racist American structures in their own respective ways, mounting political prominence throughout the nation, international fame, visiting many places around the world, and they meet together finally for the first time after a very contemptuous relationship and rivalrous relationship at the Capitol during the filibuster for the Civil Rights Bill. So we've kind of come full circle at this point, and we're back to where the book started. And here we are after all this, Malcolm calling him an Uncle Tom and all this other stuff, you know what I mean? Like pretty much just talking shit about him, constantly referencing how illogical turn the other cheek is, but he's also been going through his own political growth and personal growth. And here they are, these two colossus titans of the civil rights movement, like just gleefully smiling with one another, and it's pretty inspirational.
Pat, based on this photo alone, how tall is MLK?
I don't know. Like I would say maybe 5'6" or something like that, but I don't know how tall Malcolm is.
Guess.
Yes. Oh, guess?
Guess.
5'6".
Malcolm?
No, I thought you were talking about King. Malcolm, I'll say is maybe 6'1".
Bro, Malcolm's 6'4". And King is 5'7".
Holy shit! Well, I was close on King.
So I don't want to hear any other dudes out there talking about how I got no riz because I'm short or whatever. MLK was pulling in ladies almost his entire life. He's 5'7".
Quite a few, almost too many. Some
would say too many.
Some would say too much riz
while married. And I'm not trying to talk shit about polyamory. All right, that's something that you handle that behind closed doors, with your partner. If both of y'all are into it, whatever. But you got to do it from day one and agree with it. It's not one of those things where you just kind of I'm poly. It's not one of those things where it's just I'm poly now. No, that's just cheating.
Which Coretta King did not agree to.
No, I don't think Coretta was I'm down for this polycule.
Yeah, Ross, I'm 5'9", and that is the average height of males in the United States. So I've just always known that I'm just completely average height. individual, and I live with that. We're not all blessed like Johnny.
I don't actually think I'm that tall. I guess.
What are you, like 11, 6?
I'm 6 foot.
Wow, look at you, made it in the 6 foot club. You and Malcolm X, huh?
No, I'm like 5'11" and like 3/4. But it's like literally who the fuck is gonna call you on it? Who just say 6 foot? No, you think somebody's gonna be like, oh, let me get the tape measure out? Yeah, let me measure you. Like, no, dude. If you're like 5'11", even if you're 5'10", just say you're 6 foot. No one's gonna call you on it ever.
Don't do it though. 5'9". No one will believe me.
Just say you're 5'11".
Okay, yeah, we'll all ratchet.
Yeah, just ratchet up by like 2 inches. Who's gonna know? Who's gonna fucking what? Who is somebody gonna like break out like a fucking like
Wait, I'm slouching.
Yeah, let me stand up straight.
My hair. I'm like, hold on. All right, this is you.
Yeah.
Okay.
At this moment, Malcolm X and Martin Luther King Jr. were starting to recognize each other's potential. King looked toward major urban centers in the North as possible sites of protest capable of expanding the freedom struggle beyond its southern roots. Malcolm looked both outward and within, signaling to American activists his willingness to enter their struggle and traveling around the world in hopes of building alliances that would empower him back home. At each step, the two men's political ambitions grew in proportion to the political challenges they faced. Malcolm departed his meeting with King as Black America's prosecuting attorney turned prime minister, a role he would play on the world stage the next month. He now publicly identified as a political and moral crusader in the mold of evangelist Billy fucking Graham. I will preach the gospel of black nationalism, he informed a group of astonished interracial clerics in Brooklyn on the 2nd day of April. Asked by one minister if he had ever met a good white person, Malcolm replied with a quote that would become legendary. And I don't know what happened to Fidel in all of this, but I do not say there are no sincere white people, he replied, but rather that I haven't met any. Yes, you have. It's Fidel. How can you forget Malcolm? What the fuck? Malcolm's barbed wit masked a more complicated truth about his relationship with whites and his thoughts about interracial political organizing.
So here we see the first little inch of progress that Malcolm X has made in terms of maybe, potentially acknowledging that white people can be on his side a little bit.
I'm not saying they can't be.
Not saying that he's ever encouraged one, but he's entertaining the possibility that hypothetically a good, sincere white person could exist. And for Malcolm X, if you remember listening to that message to the grassroots speech that we listened to this is a lot of progress for him. So we
literally, dude, he goes in like a month's time from being like, the white man is fucked forever. He is doomed by the complexion of his skin to be a devil forever. There is no redeeming quality of the white man to some of them might be all right.
I haven't met them, but they could be out there.
I'm not saying it's impossible.
So this is big progress for Malcolm.
Right. Suddenly it's switching up from what is it? Like immutable, character genetic deficiencies, right? Yeah. To all right, now that I'm looking at this thing from more of like a political lens, and I'm freed from having to impress my father figure Elijah Muhammad all the fucking time. Let me be frank.
Yeah. This is you.
Just a few days earlier, Malcolm had conducted an interview with The Militant, the official publication of the Socialist Workers' Party. White socialist, most notably militant editor and SWP founder George Brightman, who would play a pivotal role in helping spread Malcolm's message of revolutionary black nationalism to white radicals around the nation, and over time, the world. Brightman courted Malcolm by covering his rallies, hosting forums on the Black Revolution, and projecting him as an icon of global political revolution among leftists. White interests in Malcolm's politics grew throughout the year. Astonishing numbers of white people called, trying to join his mission, Malcolm recalled. The Nation of Islam responded with veiled death threats in Muhammad Speaks, character assassination, and public excommunications of Malcolm's old friends, protégés, and family members. Muhammad Speaks became the vehicle for spreading rumors and lies designed to incite violence against Malcolm. Elijah Muhammad, meanwhile, correctly interpreted Malcolm's apostasy as an existential threat, a fate that would reverberate back to the centers of power, influence, corruption, and violence. Malcolm knew as much, confessing that I had taught NOI members how to think. You know, and this is kind of like, I don't know. Have you ever watched Leah Remini's show on Scientology?
No.
It's actually pretty good. I liked it. That's actually where I found out about a hot pot king, Nathan Rich is his name. He's yeah, Hot Pot King. You never heard of Hot Pot King?
Hot Pocket?
Hot Pot King.
No.
Fucking goddamn fucking.
Come on, man. It's getting late. We can't be doing this.
This guy right here. Nathan Rich.
Oh, the China guy.
Yeah, the China guy.
Yeah. I know.
He's a child that survived like one of those like reform schools for Scientology kids.
Yeah, I heard about that.
And like that's how I actually found out about him. But yeah, Nathan Rich does great stuff. But it reminds me of Scientology, and that like, you know, anybody that like says anything counter to like the ideology of Elijah Muhammad, right? You're not only just going to be punished, you're going to be silenced.
So yeah, I just thought this was interesting because like now we see Malcolm X not only being like, I guess there's like maybe a white person out there that's pretty cool. Now he's actually being like, you know, working with, you know, socialist magazines that are put out by like white Marxists, and he has all these white Marxists being like, "Yo, what's up? We want to be down with the cool black guy that's talking about cool stuff."
I haven't had one of those in a while.
Begrudgingly kind of accepting it, you know what I mean? And he is getting, being incorporated into these, doing interviews with editors from socialist magazines and things like that. All right. A culture of violence in the NOI had been incubated in the paramilitary fruit of Islam spread to mosques, where ministers doled out harsh punishments that included physical violence against members judged recalcitrant in work ethic, spiritual faith, or personal rectitude. Although not directly involved in these actions, Malcolm nonetheless sanctioned them while in the nation and would be haunted by his failure to root out and eliminate the same organizational violence that now threatened him and his family. The April 10th issue of Muhammad Speaks cryptically announced a death sentence in cartoon that featured Malcolm's decapitated head rolling toward a graveyard for alleged treachery against the messenger, a gruesome threat reinforced by coverage of Malcolm's brother Filbert denouncing him as a traitor. Against the backdrop of these threats, Malcolm made plans to go on a 5-week tour of Africa and the Middle East, a trip that signaled his deepening interest in Orthodox Islam. Click forward.
Jesus
there is a
H.
cartoon
Christ.
decapitation of Malcolm X. There it says, "I split because no man wants to be number 2 man in nothing, and the officials at headquarters fear my public image, and the messenger's family was jealous of me, and even
this messenger, blah, blah, blah." And what does that say? Malcolm Little Red? What?
Yeah, Detroit Red.
Oh, Detroit Red.
Yeah.
And that says
I don't know why
Judas.
they referred to this as cryptic. It seems
it's not cryptic at all. This is like,
yeah, look at Ninja Cat. He said subtle in all capitals. Like, yeah, like it's kind of weird that they kind of said this as cryptic or some kind of a veiled message. But it's like,
and he's got like devil horns and shit. Like what?
Yeah, devil horns in the one.
You ever see Pee Wee Playhouse? It's the genie. What?
That just shows how really unhinged the fucking Nation of Islam was at that time.
What was this? The thing the genie said? Mecca Lecca High, Mecca Heiny Ho, or something.
I have no idea what you're saying.
What fucking whatever. You never watched Pee Wee, did you?
No, I wasn't big
right.
on Pee Wee.
Nah, don't worry about it. Malcolm arrived in Africa with one asset. We know what it was. His international image, which he wielded to build global alliances. Time in Africa reinforced Malcolm's psychological divorce from the Nation of Islam. His Hajj to Mecca also proved to be revelatory personally as well as politically. From the holy city, he penned a letter in the 3rd week of April, purposefully crafted to elicit shockwaves back home. Aware that his political mission required a new origin story, Malcolm gave the world one. With an eye for detail, he described the rituals of prayer that made up the holy pilgrimage, including a candid description of meeting, praying, and spiritually embracing Muslim pilgrims who ranged from blue-eyed blondes to black-skinned Africans. The experience, Malcolm confessed, changed him. I have never before seen sincere and true brotherhood practiced by all colors together, irrespective of their color. Honored as a guest of state by the Saudi Arabia's Crown Prince Faisal, Malcolm stayed in accommodations reserved for visiting dignitaries, enjoying benefits that included air-conditioned living quarters, a guide, and a car and a driver. Marveling at his good fortune, the preternaturally austere Malcolm, now going by his Muslim name, El Hajj Malik El-Shabazz, basked in receiving honors that in America would be bestowed upon a king, not a Negro.
So this is a very significant, pivotal moment in Malcolm X's life when he embarks on his second trip to Africa and the Middle East, to actually complete the Hajj and go to the city of Mecca, coming right off the heels of his departure with his like formerly Islamic organization that he's in, and now embarking on his like own personal and like international association with Islamism as it exists in Saudi Arabia and African countries, and not just like simply kind of like this Elijah Muhammad organized style of Islamism. So
right. And this is before I think the Saudi coupling with the U.S. I think.
Yeah. I think that happened on the heels of OPEC. I think if I understand that situation correctly, which I've only read like one book on it, I believe that Saudi Arabia actually did that as like almost like a betrayal to OPEC. Like OPEC was like a solid thing for a little bit, and then when Saudi Arabia was like, "All right, you want to make a little partnership here, United States, fuck all these other people that we were just in cohorts with."
Yeah, I think the OPEC thing that happened under Nixon, I believe, if I'm remembering things right. So do you want me to read this one?
Yeah.
In his diary, Malcolm recounted with pride visiting the cockpit of an airplane for the first time and meeting with Egyptian pilots. On Friday, April 17th, from Saudi Arabia, he described the feeling of being comfortable around whites for the first time ever. "The white don't seem white," he wrote. "Islam actually removed differences to allow all Muslims to relate to one another as human beings." Malcolm's contacts in the Middle East shepherded his time there in relative luxury. He stayed at Jeddah Palace in Saudi Arabia, and when he went before the Hajj court to request approval to embark on the pilgrimage, he encountered an Islamic judge whom he knew from his trip in 1959. Shuttled along the route to the Holy City by private chauffeur, Malcolm engaged in Muslim prayer rituals, read books about Islamic history, and stayed in comfortable rooms complete with servants in each city that I visited. He basked in the glory of being publicly referred to as the Muslim from America, and especially appreciated being schooled in the particulars of the holy sites during his time in Mecca. On Tuesday, April 21st, Malcolm reached Mount Arafat, the pinnacle of the Hajj, located 12 miles east of Mecca. The road to Arafat was crowded, he recalled in his diary, but the sight of hundreds of thousands of pilgrims from a variety of racial backgrounds left him inspired and breathlessly optimistic. "Islam brings together in unity all colors and classes," Malcolm wrote, exaggerating the power of any religion to dispatch racial and class hierarchies, but nonetheless offering a powerful reflection of his epiphany during the Hajj. So he's getting there, folks. He's not quite at
gradual, but this is like a very big moment for him. Is like going around his second time through Arabic areas where people that would be considered white are commingling with people that are considered black outside of like the caste system of the United States, and understanding that maybe this isn't as innate or inherent as he believed it once was, and more maybe this is a structural thing that can be redeemed or remedied in some way.
Yeah, it's a shame that we never got to see his takes on like the divide between Sunni and Shia.
Right. So Ghana, this is another place that they went so deep into this trip that I had to really pick and choose where I wanted to include. But
I mean, considering these are all things that like we're fairly aware of and we've covered before, I think they all know. Everyone here should know who the fuck W.E.B. Du Bois is, who fucking Saudi Arabia is, right?
Nkrumah is.
Yeah.
And if you didn't, you should have watched last time when there's been like 5 different times. probably 6 different times now that I'm thinking back to the divide, where we've talked about Kwame, we talked about him from Nate from Africa. I mean, Nate from Ireland. We've brought it up so many times. So tune in, please. Ghana proved to be the most welcoming country towards Malcolm's burgeoning Pan-African politics. He arrived on May 10th after 4 exhilarating days in Nigeria. Over dinners, tours of Accra, and ad hoc diplomatic meetings, Malcolm regaled the Malcolm X Committee with plans to transform black freedom struggles around the world. Maya Angelou, Alice Wyndon, and Vicky Garvin facilitated the most important aspects of Malcolm's visit to the country. Garvin, in particular, was indispensable. A Southern-born, Harlem-raised black feminist with a graduate degree in economics from Smith, Garvin defiantly spent over a decade organizing for racial justice and gender equality in trade unions. In Garvin, Malcolm encountered a seasoned political veteran who had been joining the Communist Party while he was in jail. She introduced Malcolm to Algerian, Cuban, and Chinese foreign dignitaries who shaped his future travel plans as well as his ideology. Malcolm's humility touched the worldly Garvin. He was not a know-it-all, she recalled fondly. Shirley Graham Du Bois, the second wife, political partner, and widow of the legendary civil rights leader and intellectual W.E.B. Du Bois, spoke to Malcolm for an hour at a Chinese embassy soiree in Accra. "This man is brilliant," she announced, before adding that, "I am taking him for my son." Through his newly adopted mother's intervention, Malcolm met Prime Minister Kwame Nkrumah. But Nkrumah, who had been hailed as Osagyefo, or the redeemer of his native land, had bumped into the ideological constraints of the Cold War politics and a personal tendency towards authoritarianism, curtailing Ghana's democratic hopes in the 7 years since Martin Luther King's triumphant visit. Little shade thrown at Kwame there. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I was trying to look up something about the Grand Mosque seizure in Saudi Arabia, and I hope one day we read a book that covers it.
Yeah, me too. So we see a lot of things happening here as well in terms of his political thing. He's meeting people that are like avowed communists, people that are like meeting Algerian, Cuban, Chinese delegates. I think there's a little bit of subtext to that isn't being included in that. But you understand what I'm saying.
Nkrumah, the first prime minister of Ghana, greeted Malcolm from behind his long desk with a firm handshake and a warm smile. The two retreated to the couch for an hour-long discussion. As head of state, Nkrumah declined to formally endorse Malcolm's quest for black power, although he would later forge an alliance, while in exile in neighboring Guinea, with the black revolutionary Stokely Carmichael. Before departing Ghana, Malcolm addressed students at the Kwame Nkrumah Ideological Institute and grabbed dinner with black American expats at the Chinese embassy, where they watched Chinese documentaries supporting the black freedom struggle. Political opportunities discovered abroad would ultimately elevate Malcolm in the eyes of much of the world. He celebrated his 39th birthday in Algiers, his last stop before returning home. He toured the city, intently listening as cab drivers recounted stories of French atrocities during the Algerian War, which, if you were here for last episode, we talked about that.
And Bella, we talked about the French atrocities, the revolution. Talk about this.
The African continent intoxicated Malcolm X and informed his political dreams. He came away from the experience certain that all Africa is seething with serious awareness of itself, its potential wealth and power, and the role it seems destined to play.
Yes, effusive stoic. Also, read Fanon.
Yes, read Fanon.
Yeah, so, okay. Malcolm backtracked on his previous condemnations of white people. Further growth in the white Malcolm X reception of white people, which his recent experience in the Middle East had disproved. Yes, I have been convinced that some American whites do want to help cure the rampant racism which is on the path to destroying this country.
So you're saying there's a chance.
He divorced himself from criticism against racial oppression based on biology or genetics. Historical and political context now guided a bold indictment of racism in white society, which was guilty of crimes against black people based on behavior rather than religious prophecy. But Malcolm's new perspective did not make him a conventional racial integrationist. He scoffed at one reporter's suggestion that his views now fit comfortably in the political mainstream. Malcolm argued that his travels had exposed him to a deeper level of humanity that included some whites while excluding others. Membership in the world community encountered abroad required ending white supremacy through a belief in Islam. According to Malcolm, Islam introduced whites to a deeper understanding of themselves and others. His increased popularity in segments of the white community did not alter his views about the entrenched nature of racism in America. No matter how much recognition whites show towards me, as far as I'm concerned, as long as that same respect and recognition is not shown toward every one of our people, it doesn't exist for me, Malcolm explained.
I forget, doesn't he like have a quote or something about saying that like John Brown was like the only good white man that ever lived or something?
Wilco says, some name them. That's right, you can't.
Castro.
You might have a video.
That's Hispanic X erasure.
Oh wait, never mind.
All right. Malcolm unveiled more parts of his reimagined political framework during the Chicago debate with his old friend Louis Lomax, the black journalist whose research led to the Hate That Hate produced television special that introduced black Muslims to the nation. Malcolm and Lomax debated the merits of American democracy, a system Malcolm claimed to have no confidence in, that Lomax cherished as exemplifying the nation's highest ideals. During this appearance, Malcolm publicly linked the emerging Third World and the black freedom struggle in a shared rejection of the so-called capitalistic system for a turn in the direction of socialism. He compared Harlem to Algeria, a country he described as a police state under past French occupation. During the question and answer session, he went further. You can't have capitalism without racism, he remarked, noting that anti-racist forces were typically socialists. He flirted with openly embracing socialism, a political philosophy that militant frequently argued could harness the untapped revolutionary potential of the black working class. Like the young king, Malcolm found himself fascinated by nations that searched for alternatives to capitalism. But when asked what system he supported for achieving black citizenship, Malcolm hedged. I don't know, he replied, but I'm flexible.
So we see, the continued growth of Malcolm X. Obviously he was just in Ghana meeting with all kinds of communists and meeting with Cubans and meeting with Chinese people and people from the black Chinese expats and all kinds of, I would imagine that when he makes these things like, you show me a capitalist, I'll show you a bloodsucker, and you can't have capitalism without racism. And then he says something along the lines of when someone's anti-racist, more often than not, they're either socialist or subscribe to a socialist philosophy. These are all quotes from Malcolm X. I mean, I know people like to say like, no, he wasn't a socialist, he wasn't a communist, but it's like, I mean, he didn't
have enough time to read it.
Yeah. Give him a sec.
All right? He got cut down before he could make that character arc, all right? It's like worse than like fucking Ace de Luffy, right? Like we could have had so much more, but he was cut down in his fucking prime. All right?
I would say that maybe Malcolm fell into, there's like almost like innate, like indigenous kind of socialists where it's like they're not necessarily
follow Zach.
Oh, thank you. They're not necessarily like cracking open Marx and reading all this Marx and stuff like that, but they're doing more of like, there's like kind of an intuitive kind of like association with it while not being like, hey, I've read all this Marx and I've read all this Lenin, but mostly just like kind of from their own, you ever hear Peniel E talk about when he's like, yeah, I believe this and that. And they're like, yeah, that sounds like Marx. And he's like, who is this Marx guy? You ever hear Peniel E talk about that?
Yeah, I have. Or he's like, for years before he read Marx, he had people like telling him like, yeah, this sounds Marxist, Mike.
Exactly.
Well, I mean, like that's the thing about like Malcolm is that like you gotta understand this is like less than a year, right? Of him just coming around to the idea that like, you know what? Maybe pale people,
like a dog,
right? Maybe not all of them are devils. Maybe some of them can be all right. Maybe
not all white people are two-legged dogs.
Maybe not all of them, right? So it's just like, it's probably going to be at least a little while longer before, like, he has a conversation with, like, fucking Du Bois or, like, at least his widow or, fucking, I'm trying to think, like, fucking any other, like, Marxist that he would have been able to literally be in contact with.
He would have been able to talk to Huey Newton.
Exactly, And but that's another thing is that like for the Black Panthers to be directly inspired by the assassination of Malcolm X and to also be explicitly communist,
Leninist, yeah,
like especially Marxist-Leninist, right? Mm-hmm. That kind of says something about like the ideas that like
what
he was
parallels
espousing.
his ideas may have had,
right?
And I brought this up before. There's this YouTuber named
Ross
who makes like pretty decent stuff, but he had this one like video about tankies, and I think mostly he was trying to like show how nonsensical of a term that is. But you know that like classic photo where it says,
Yeah. I know the video you're talking about. Yeah, it's the English one.
He takes real specific umbrage with Malcolm X being included in that. And like, I get it. Malcolm X never really said like, I love Lenin or I love Stalin or I love the Soviet Union or anything like that. But just based on what he said, his support for Castro, his the way that he would talk about the Chinese Revolution, the way that he would talk about, you know, democracy and Middle Eastern issues and things like this, like I would imagine he would be placed into the tanky category by a lot of the people that like to throw around that term.
Right. So it's like, you know, is he going to call like Paul Robeson a tanky? Because he definitely did. Is he going to call Nina Simone?
Way more tanky than Malcolm X.
How about Nina Simone? She never sang about fucking any of this shit. I don't even think she ever actually... What?
Isn't Nina Simone the one that said that when me and the girls got together, we would have girl talk?
Yes.
Marx, Lenin. You know what I mean? Like it was never about boys and clothes. It was always Marx and Lenin.
Yes.
So yeah.
Oh,
Malcolm, she's a tanky. We don't have to watch this whole thing. This is, I think, there's one more slide. That's the conclusion, and then we're done. So if you want to watch this for a few minutes, what?
I said, really? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
We got through 6 and 7 tonight?
Yep.
I didn't even realize when we went into 7.
Malcolm, on your trip abroad, you said you sensed a feeling of great brotherhood, and that conceivably you would be working toward integration in this country now. At least this is what you're reported to have said. Have you any comment on it?
I don't think that I ever mentioned anything about working toward integration. If I recall, I pointed out that while I was at Mecca making the pilgrimage, I spoke about the brotherhood that existed at all levels and among all people who were there on that Hajj, who had accepted the religion of Islam.
All right, I gotta pause it. I can't fucking hear you. What?
I told you. Yeah, I said pause it. I visited Jeddah, which is the closest city.
Oh shit, that's
Mecca,
right. You did.
in Saudi Arabia, and it's like Jesus Christ, sorry, my brain just blanked. But I couldn't have gone to Mecca if I wanted to. You can only Muslims can go to Mecca. So I was able to kind of go around Jeddah a little bit, where it said that he stayed in the Jeddah Palace. So just want to throw that out there. I was walking around those parts one day.
Should we convert just so that we can go to Mecca?
No, because I like, you know, obviously there's like a really like childish person inside me that should have just been like, they can't prove I'm not Islam. If I say that I am, and I'll go. And I was like, no, that's so like, it just seemed really disrespectful to do that.
Yeah, that is kind of fucked up. But I do have like a really big interest in Islam. So
Ashkush, that's awesome. My grandparents lived in Jeddah for a while. Jeddah, like, I don't think people in the West understand how prosperous of a place Saudi Arabia is. Like, say what you want about their terrible fucking social policies and the things that their foreign policy. It's just that like one thing that does kind of like stand in like a very like defiant way to like Western civilization is how just like baller Saudi Arabia is. Like you go there, it is so nice, it is so safe, it is so clean. And also, I don't know if people know this, but women can drive cars and walk around without a veil on. Now, I don't know if Muslim women can do that, but there's a lot of like American women. There's a lot of American women that go there for work, or white women that go there for work. They walk around, they drive cars, they don't wear, like, people think that it's some kind of like insanely like Sharia law type of thing where like, you know, people will like, what are you putting in? The line?
No, keep going. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, that's it.
That was it? I was kind of hoping that you were going to keep talking about like Saudi Arabia while I played a video about the line in the background.
Line? I don't even know what that is.
You don't know what the line is?
Well, just about everywhere. It's the architectural concept that broke the internet.
Saudi Arabia has just shocked the world.
At first I thought it was a metaverse project, but it is a real project.
Saudi Arabia wants to build a city dubbed The Line.
The Lion? I want no part of that.
I'm going to be reacting to The Line.
This is definitely just a way for those in power to have more control.
The ingenious design of the city of future.
It's designed in 3 dimensions. Who do you think is going to be at the top?
The Line is a 170-kilometer long, 500-meter high, mirrored linear city in the desert that either represents the cutting edge of architecture or a grim dystopian future, depending on who you ask. But what exactly is the line? How would it even work? And what can it teach us about our cities today?
I'm so tired.
All right. We'll do that. We'll do that another time. We'll do that another Friday. We'll save it for maybe like the end of Saturday, because folks, we're gonna be talking about the strike that got broken to save Christmas, and the things that like precipitated in Ohio. Oh god damn it. For like 4 hours. All right. So, don't be shocked that we don't go over the line. But I do hope to go over the line at some point. Only because what?
Sorry, they're talking about cool stuff. The Fusive Stoic brought up that South Yemen used to be a socialist country. Yes, South Yemen was the very first explicitly Marxist-Leninist country in the Middle East. And like, I think after going through like land redistribution policies and also changing a lot of like archaic social policies, like women having to do X, Y, and Z and not being able to do X, Y, and Z, they saw like a like immediate like 75% increase in like their like GDP or something like that by having like collective ownership and land redistribution and everything like that. And then, like you said, through a murderous policy of destabilization from the United States and Saudi Arabia, now it is I don't like using the word like hellhole, or not of their own accord, not of their own efforts, but now it is like one of the most troubled places on the entire fucking planet.
And like, say what you will about like the analysis of Mark Ames, right, and Gary Britcher or John Dolan, but like their analysis of like anti-colonial projects in like the Middle East from the U.S. Kind of stands correct that like the U.S. and imperialism values conservative right-wing Islamist movements because like the secular ones, the socialist ones, well, they start talking about wealth redistribution, they start talking about land redistribution. You can't have fucking any of that. They start talking about having like fair trade and whatnot. Can't have fucking none of that. Whereas like these conservative Islamist movements, it's like they'll cut a deal.
This happened in Afghanistan. It happened in Iran. It happened in Yemen. It happened in Palestine. Did it happen in? It happened in Lebanon. Did it happen in Syria? I don't know.
I don't think so, because what's his name? Assad's father, the lion of the Levant. He was not having any of it.
Okay.
And I pointed out that for what it had done, what the religion of Islam had done for those people over there, despite their complexion differences, that it would probably
Thank you for the follow.
do America well to study the religion of Islam, and perhaps it could drive some of the racism from this society as it has driven racism from the Muslim society.
Drive is aiming for this goal?
Well, I can't say that the current integration drive is aiming for that goal, because it hasn't realized the goal in any state. They haven't even got integration right here in New York City. You have worse integration problems in the North than they have in the South. So if it doesn't work if you can't bring about integration in New York City as international, cosmopolitan, up-to-date as it's supposed to be, you will never get integration anywhere else in the country.
Malcolm, have your experiences with white-skinned Muslims in Africa and the Middle East made you feel that relations between Negroes and whites who are not Muslims is any more possible?
When I was on the pilgrimage, I had close contact with Muslims whose skin would in America be classified as white, and with Muslims who themselves would be classified as white in America. But these particular Muslims didn't call themselves white. They looked upon themselves as human beings, as part of the human family, and therefore they looked upon all other segments of the human family as part of that same family. Well, now, they had a different look, or...
What'd you say?
I didn't say anything.
Oh, my bad.
Different air or a different attitude than that which is reflected in the attitude of the man in America who calls himself white. So I said that if Islam had done that for them, perhaps if the white man in America would study Islam, perhaps it could do the same thing for him.
I think what a lot of people are interested in, Malcolm, is whether this experience has made you feel that your feelings have changed, that the animosity you have expressed in the past toward all whites.
There's one thing that I want to make clear. no matter how much respect, no matter how much recognition whites show toward me, as far as I'm concerned, as long as that same respect and recognition is not shown toward every one of our people in this country, it doesn't exist for me.
Malcolm, just
are you prepared to go into the United Nations at this point and ask that charges be brought against the United States for its treatment of American Negroes?
Oh, yes.
Which has been done by Paul Robeson. I charge genocide. We've talked about it before.
Oh, yeah, please. I think you're right in my camera. The audience will have to be quiet. Yes, as I pointed out when I was during my traveling, that nations look, African nations and Asian nations and Latin American nations look very hypocritical when they stand up in the United Nations condemning the racist practices of South Africa and that which is practiced by Portugal and Angola, and saying nothing in the UN about the racist practices that are manifest every day against Negroes in this society. Even in South Africa, those Africans aren't faced with bayonets and aren't faced with police dogs. And when I was in Beirut, I saw a picture on the front page of a Negro being beaten in Tennessee, on the front page of the paper in Beirut. When I got to Cairo, I saw the same picture of a Negro being beaten in Tennessee. When I got to Lagos, I saw the same picture. So were these African nations, knowing the brutality that is inflicted upon black people in this country, simply because those black people are trying to get what the Supreme Court said they were supposed to have 10 years ago, I would be not a man. If I was in a position to bring it in front of the United Nations and didn't do so, I wouldn't be a man.
Malcolm, do you intend to lead the charge in the United Nations?
Well, I find that to say you're going to lead something creates a lot of hostility, division, jealousy, and envy. I hope to work with any group of leaders or any group of organizations to do whatever is necessary to see that this problem is brought before the United Nations.
Have you had any commitment from any nations in Africa to support your move?
I would rather not say at this time. But one thing I found in my travels, all of them look upon us as their long-lost brother.
You realize the implication is that you have had such commitments when you say...
This is your interpretation of what I said. One thing that I found in all of my travels was that all of the Africans, not only Africans, but the Asians and the Muslims, look upon us as their long-lost brothers. And America had actually tricked many of them into a hands-off policy by giving them the impression that she was honestly trying to do something to solve the problem. My argument over there was designed to prove that it is impossible for the United States government to solve the race problem. It's impossible for a government which has 16 senatorial committees, over which 10 are chairmaned by Southern segregationists, and 20 congressional committees, over which 12 are chairmaned by Southern segregationists. This is a segregationist, racist government that's controlled by people from the South. They can't solve the race problem.
Do you intend to take any part in the political campaign this fall?
We intend to take part in everything that will get results at eliminating the injustices that our people are confronted with in this country. Politically, economically, anything.
Will you support candidates of either of the two parties?
We'd rather not say at this time.
Are you prepared to work with some of the leaders of the other civil rights organizations?
Certainly. We will work with any groups, organizations, or leaders in any way, as long as it's genuinely designed to get results.
And any action on the civil rights bill, how will this affect the direction of your movement?
Any action on the civil rights bill? Well, I'm surprised that all of these civil rights groups combined haven't converged on Washington long before now. I'm surprised. If they took all the time and the expense of going down last year, singing their songs and things of that sort, before they even started the filibuster, I'm surprised that they have permitted the filibuster to go on as long as it has and have not taken any concrete actions to bring it to a halt.
Would you join another march to Washington?
Oh, yes.
You didn't last year, did you?
I didn't last year because I was a part of the black Muslim movement, which has as its policy a hands-off attitude in becoming involved in any
phase of the struggle of the so-called Negro in this country for what he feels are his rights. And my disassociation from that particular religious group gives me complete freedom to involve myself in anything that I honestly and sincerely feel is designed to get results. How would you say this pilgrimage to Mecca has altered the course of your relations with the movement of Elijah Muhammad? Well, I don't know. I'm not here to discuss the movement of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad in any way. I would say this, that the pilgrimage at Mecca is an anthropologist, would be an anthropologist's paradise, because it's the only event and the only spot on earth that has every specimen of humanity in the same place at the same time, practicing brotherhood and in harmony. It's the only place where I've ever seen brotherhood practiced by people of all races, of everything. Has this been a religious experience? Definitely. I went because of my religious beliefs, and I think that I have a better understanding of my religion. I was a state guest while I was there for 12 days of Prince Faisal, who was the present leader of the government. He made everything available to me to give me every opportunity to get a better understanding of the religion of Islam. When I first got there, I was in a compound because it wasn't known that I was there. And once they found out I was there, they put me in a suite at the Jeddah Palace Hotel, gave me a car with a chauffeur and a mutawif who could speak Arabic and take me wherever I wanted. I could go back and forth between Mecca and Jeddah every night if it was my desire. I have never been given more hospitality and treated with more brotherhood than I was treated in Arabia by the Muslims there. Does your new beard have any religious significance? No, not particularly, but I do think that you'll find black people in America, as they strive to throw off the shackles of mental colonialism, will also probably reflect an effort to throw off the shackles of cultural colonialism, and they may begin to reflect desires of their own with standards of their own.
Malcolm, what specific concrete move would you make that other civil rights leaders have not made to ensure passage of this civil rights bill?
Well, I frankly believe, sir, that it's not within the heart or conscience or ability. They're roped, they're becoming frustrated, they're becoming disillusioned, they're becoming disenchanted, and it's up to the government to do something about it. It's up to the government to do something about the condition. Please don't do that applauding.
I'm going to keep going.
Yeah, I have a little bit more. Yeah, okay. Malcolm, your more controversial remarks was a call for black people to get rifles and form rifle clubs sometime back. Do you still favor that for self-defense? I don't see why that should be controversial. I think that if white people found themselves the victim of the same kind of brutality that black people in this country face, and they saw that the government was either unwilling or unable to protect them, that the intelligence on the part of the whites would make them get some rifles and shotguns and protect themselves. Now, Negroes are developing some kind of intellectual maturity too.
What'd you say?
They already do. They already have rifle clubs without being under the same, racial subjugation system.
Right. I think it's also kind of a shame because I'm not sure if Palestinians were allowed to make Hajj at this time. I think they would have had to go through Jordan, I think, or something along those lines. So I doubt that he, there's a lot about inter-Islamic politics that I don't think he was fully aware of, but it's so wholesome to watch him just beaming, about this and kind of glowing, after having this kind of experience.
And it has a positive effect on him overall in terms of his overall political ideas.
Right. That he doesn't have to lose his faith. You know what I mean?
Yeah. If anything, it bolstered, a lot of the things. Yeah.
Right.
And they can see that by having waited upon the government to protect them has been a weight that has been in vain. So any of them who live in areas where the government is not able to do its job, then we do have to get together and do a job of protecting ourselves.
Could I ask you another question that may seem a little silly, but it's the question of the names. I think a lot of people are confused by the new Arabic name, El Hajj Malik El Shabazz.
I've always had the name on my passport, Malik El Shabazz, only I only used it in the Muslim world. Well, Hajj is a title that is given to any Muslim who makes the pilgrimage to Mecca during the official Hajj season.
Well, will you now use Shabazz and drop X?
I'll probably continue to use Malcolm X and I'll probably use it as long as the situation that produced it exists.
You don't feel that Shabazz takes the place of X?
My going to Mecca and going into the Muslim world, into the African world, and being recognized and accepted as a Muslim and as a brother may solve the problem for me personally. But I personally feel that my personal problem is never solved as long as the problem is not solved for all of our people in this country. So I remain Malcolm X as long as there is a need to protest and struggle and fight against the injustices that our people are involved in this country.
When Cassius Clay was in Accra, he was quoted as saying some things that were not so friendly. Could you have anything to say about that?
I don't know anything about what he said. I'm always reluctant to believe what I read in the newspaper that one black man supposedly said about another black man.
Well,
and if I have anything at all to say about Cassius, I'll say it to him.
There we go.
Well, it's just that he said people weren't listening to you anymore. Do you think that's true?
As I said, if I have anything to say about him, I'll say it to him.
But we'll be back.
What do you say, Pat?
They said that glad y'all are covering Malcolm X. I saw you on my recommended streams and had to come watch. And I said, well, I'm glad you could make it, but unfortunately we're just, we're towards the end of it now.
Yeah.
But we've been spending probably over the past month covering MLK and Malcolm X in the book, The Sword and the Shield, The Revolutionary Lives of Malcolm X and Martin Luther King. So we'll be back again on Sunday to talk about it more for sure.
All of our VODs should still be up on Twitch, and I'll be uploading them onto YouTube very soon. Thank you, Sebs.
He's a person who listens. He talks and he listens.
Do you still consider him a friend?
Yes, I consider all of our people my friend, and usually those who act unfriendly are only reflecting the poison that someone else has put in them.
Just one other one, and that's, what are you going to do about the traffic ticket?
The traffic...
Also, evocative nonsense. I don't know if you're viewing this on a computer or on your phone, but in our Discord, we should have, a copy of the book that you can check out.
Ticket?
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to appear in court on it.
When?
I don't know. I had left. The lawyer was supposed to have appeared in court for me on the 19th of May, and from what I understand, he didn't, and it created a lot of controversy. I never was speeding. It was a segregationist police officer or an integrationist. I don't know which one. And he knew who I was. He recognized who I was and stopped me on that pretext. And I just sat there. I didn't even talk to him. I just gave him my license and sat there because I figured that he might have been up to something else,
Thanks very much.
You're welcome.
All right. And so let's go to the, what I believe is the
Malcolm,
last...
on your trip abroad...
Oh, there we go. Do you want to do it or should I?
You can do it.
Okay.
I started off. You can end it.
In the spring of 1964, Malcolm X offered a vision of revolution forged by his travels across the Third World. While Martin Luther King Jr. concentrated on domestic issues with an equal stake in shaping global affairs, their meeting at the Senate building foreshadowed paths of political alignment between them. Malcolm's break from the NOI and 5-week tour of Africa and the Middle East expanded his political consciousness even as it drew him closer to King's orbit. In many respects, Malcolm followed kings throughout the first half of the year, a pattern that would continue as their political missions, seemingly worlds apart over the last decade, converged against domestic and international forces that still heralded King as a world historic prophet of peace and regarded Malcolm as the specter of violent revolt.
All right, guys, today was a long one. We did 2 chapters in one day. Tune in on. So first of all, Johnny, do you want to tell them what we're doing on Saturday? Because before our next book stream, we have a special one planned. So do you want to give out the details on that?
For Saturday?
Yep.
Okay, everybody. It's a rare moment. We're going to be in the same room. All right. So that doesn't happen very often, but hopefully we can change that. But also we have Lena from the Work Stoppage podcast coming on to talk to us about how the I don't know if you recall the strike that was broken to save Christmas, right, and how it relates to the events that have occurred in East Palestine, Ohio, right. And it's going to be a long one. We're going to go real deep into it. We're going to have a lot to talk about on there, and it's very relevant. And let me just link it right here, because if you are not already listening to Work Stoppage, you should be. These are my friends. They are comrades. They are good people. And Lena is going to do a terrific job, and I can't wait. I'm very excited. Malcolm X's granddaughter is suing the FBI or CIA for holding information on his assassination. Oh, wow. Yeah, no, because, God, one of his daughters just died recently, right?
I'm not sure. I'm sorry. But so usually we stream on Fridays when we have guests. That was moved around this week. So again, make sure that we are going to be doing this on Saturday. We'll update it in the Discord and probably throw it up on the Twitter last minute. But the best thing you can do is just remember us talking about it now. Then we'll return on Sunday for our regularly scheduled book stream, where we'll be going over Chapter 8 of The Sword and the Shield, which is Seeking Freedom Like Dr. King, but Faster, which will be the next chapter there. And we will likely be done with this book by this time next week. No.
I don't know if we'll finish before the end of February.
Yeah, by the end of next week, yeah.
But we will definitely probably be finished by next week.
Mm-hmm.
And
then, I think we're still a little bit up in the air on the next book. We know we want to do Killing Hope, but we want to do one intermediary book on indigenous issues. So we're trying to find the right, relatively short book that's going to fill that gap.
Right.
Before we get on the bigger Killing Hope project.
Namely because we need to be educated on it. I assume that, chat wants a little bit of an education on it. And then, hopefully after that, we can invite a very special guest, after we're done reading that and we're a little bit more educated and we're a little bit more well-versed in indigenous issues, right? And a little bit more well-read. I probably already said that, but, it's for all of us. If you guys ever had a dream, I'm going to open this in this window.
Cautiously open this.
I'm going to cautiously open this. All right, no, only because I love this video. Not this one.
I can't. Oh, okay.
It's not this one. I have to wait. I know it's a commercial, so I'm just waiting. There we go.
Okay, all right.
That's Greek, right? sucks! Noted associate of Malcolm X. Alright, that's enough of that. Alright, folks.
Was that a Malcolm X? I mean, a Martin Luther King inspired song?
I didn't put that together till just now. Ross, please don't tell me it is. Thank you. Thank you for resubscribing at tier 1 for another 3 months, Tiniest Boob.
Oh, Baldwin's Ghost. Oh.
Nah, it's Tiniest Boop.
Oh, Tiniest Boop. Thank you so much. Baldwin's Goats. What do you consider short book/text? So generally, in my opinion, I look at anything that's about 300 like pages, 250 to 300 is like a standard sized book. Typically anything 200 and under, I would say, is like a pretty like Black Shirts and Reds was 160 pages. So that's like a short book for me. We were going to do Redskin's White Mask, which was it Redskin? Yeah, Redskin White Mask, which is about 190 pages. But we're trying to figure out what's going to work best for the stream at this point. So
sorry, Ninja
something
Can.
probably around that length.
You know, Sebs, no, it didn't. It vacant. We've been doing this now for about 4.5 hours, and you forgot to make an intro in your disc. It's up now.
They're just introducing themselves in the Discord.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Yeah, you're good. I mean, if it's still Wilco in there, then I'm not that concerned. Oh, good God. All right. So I think that's it for now, chat. Who the fuck else is even on right now? Horse is on?
Yeah.
Horse is on.
Get in the horse, auto horse.
All right, I tried. Can I go to sleep? Just the comic and the meme. Yeah, no. Well, we'll look at it later, and we're still not done with the book. I'm sure I'll pull it up. Thank you, Hash Kush. Thank you, Cincha. I got a Sour Patch Kids ad right now when you said why we weren't going to read masks.
Also, guys, just to throw it out there, this I think has been one of our most successful nights of streaming without any kind of like significant raid from Marcus from Left Flank or anything like that. We've maintained like over 40 viewers for like the majority of this stream, and we're going
Thank
out
you
with
for the bits.
which is like oh shit, thank you. Which is like really it's just a 5-second ad. Oh.
I'm gonna take my horse to the old commie Twitch. Well, imagine not raiding into a black streamer every day for Black History. Man, don't.
Oh, yeah. It's exciting to see like the viewership grow. You know what I mean? I was waiting for the day that we would crack just like 40 organically without someone raiding in with 100 people. And we did that today. It's really cool. You should raid this small up and coming streamer, Hasanabi.
Well, no, I mean, like I said before, look, we remember who helped us, all right? And like, if you want to, tell us, Wilco, which, up and coming black streamer that we should raid into, I absolutely will. So if you got a name names. Exactly. Although, like, the paradigm shift, that dude was fucking wild last night. Fucking, someday I gotta show Pat, like, the paradigm shift. Because that dude, he had, like, a 45-minute intro for just a single raid. Like, a 45, like, there was a poetry break in the middle. There was, like, Attack on Titan, like, clips used. There was, like, fucking, like, there was a light show and everything, you know. No, I'll rate Famous Horse.
Yeah, it's horse time.
But what I was trying to say is that
it's Mighty Morphin Horse in time.
It's Mighty Morphin Horse in time. Give him my love, because like I gotta get off. It's been 4.5 hours, and
I
like
got work in the morning.
My wife is sick as shit, and I need to help her. But also, like, you know, look, we remember, you know, who helped us out when we had, like, you know, the people that our Diamond crew, you know, our forever hodl people that, like, you know, were here for like the first couple streams and you know, kept giving us a chance. So, you know, I will always come to the defense of our most famous equine. Sorry, I got interrupted services. Did you say around 300 pages? Because I was thinking salmon and acorns feed our people. Yeah, no, if it's like 300 pages, you know, we'll give it a shot. Thank you, everybody. Have a good night.
All right, everybody. See you on Saturday.
Well, do you want me to cancel the raid now, Wilco? Who's Pascal, by the way?
You said all that about supporting horse, and now you're gonna repudiate it.
All right, I'm ignoring you. You're going to horse. All right, that's final. That's been decided. All right. Lal salam. Stay strong out there. Have a good night, everybody. See you Saturday. Remember, Saturday, 6 p.m. EST. Stop recording.
Yeah.